You all are welcome to Abeokuta Tech Fest, powered by Tech Zone Academy. There's going to be a lot of introductions that we'll be doing, okay? So, when I say Texas and Tech Bro, you guys will answer me. You go say, we dey here. Texas and Tech Bro. I know, yeah, you know, feel that energy. Texas and Tech Bro. Okay, so before we begin, I just want to let you all know that I have a personal beef with the Tech Bros and Texas. I'm going to tell you why. But if you've been in the tech industry for a long time, can I see your hand up? If you're like, if that's what you do, if you're a tech bro. If you're a graphics designer, can I see your hand up? If you code, can I see your hand up? Is that not what tech means? I think that's what it is. It means, yeah? Right? Sort of. Okay. So, the reason why I said I have a beef is the shakara and the yanga is just too much. When you say a tech bro or a tech sis, you already know. With their shakara, the way they dress, you just feel like waiting happens safe. Not only you get a physio, we get a physio on our own lane. But don't worry, I'm going to gist you more and tell you instances of one or two people that I've come across with. So we would be starting with the national anthem. So to kickstart the program proper, we'll be starting with the national anthem. Okay, so can I have everybody all rise, please? Thank you. Let's sing along, please. A round of applause for Nigeria, please. If you know you're proud of Nigeria, give Nigeria a round of applause. Even though it's not coming from the bottom of your heart, but give Nigeria a round of applause. We are all still in this Nigeria together. Please, let's take our seats. Okay, so once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. You are welcome to this innovative and insightful event brought to you by Tech Zone. My name is Shtemi Tokwe, and it is an honor to be your host for today. So kindly extend a warm welcome to someone seated next to you. Tell them you're welcome. Welcome to Abeokuta Tech Fest. Give them a place the priority to this event. So with no further ado, we'll just proceed to the program proper. Most of us might be wondering what Abeokuta Tech Fest means, what the Tech Zone itself is all about, and you've been seeing the flyers, you've been seeing the ad on IG and everything. So you might be wondering what this event is all about. In no short time, we would have a representative from the Tech Zone Academy tell us why we are here, give us hints on what to expect, and just everything we need to know, okay? And please, I would like you to cooperate with me. Any speaker that comes up here, please give them a round of applause. Let's just celebrate them, okay? So taking why we are here is person of Miss Esther. Please, can you give her a round of applause? Please, continue clapping. She's almost here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Tech Bros and Texas. Good afternoon, aspiring Tech Bros and Texas. Good afternoon, billionaire Tech Bros and Texas. Good afternoon, Tech Bros and Texas that ends in pound sterling. Yeah. So if you've gotten like one or two mails from Tech Zone before? Please, let me see your hands. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Apologies about that. Blame it on me. So I'm Esther from Tech Zone Academy. I am the community manager. Clap for me. Yes, I deserve it. Thank you. So I am popularly known as Zazie. Yes. So quickly, let me start with Abeokuta Tech Fest. So just like the name implies, Abeokuta Tech Fest is a what's it called? Is a sub of Tech Zone. So Abeokuta Tech Fest came about just for us to bring all of us here together, you know, aspiring tech people, tech enthusiasts, people who want to transition into tech, people who are already in tech, just to bring us together. You know, we go to Lagos and we see how these people have a community. So the main aim of Abeokuta Tech Fest is just to bring all of the tech enthusiasts, techies in Abeokuta together so that we can share ideas, rub minds, and share the dollars. Amen? Yeah. So, Tech Zone. Tech Zone Academy, like the name implies also, Tech Zone, we teach tech courses. So, you might be, most of us here, we have an idea that tech is just about coding. So as a content creator, that you can even operate your handset, your mobile phone, you are a techie. Clap for yourself, you can operate your phones. If you can send message on your phone, you are a techie. It's just that you are not earning money from pressing your phone. Amen? All right. So on a lighter note, Tech Zone is that academy that teaches you in depth, like everything that you have to know as regards a particular tech course that you have picked. And we have variant of courses. We have data analysis, we have product design, product management. So for somebody who is just transitioning into tech, this might just sound like gibberish or jargons. But these are things that you do, your day-to-day life. If you order things online, you make use of people's websites, you are a techie. These are things that people come, they bring together. So in order for you to also be able to do those things, that is why we have made that available for you. And what distinguishes us is that our learning environment and learning period is the one that you can actually be a Gen Z about. When I say Gen Z about, you know, soft life. So we have the one of our learning mode is hybrid. So you can decide to learn from the comfort of your home and not lie to yourself, or come down to our office to learn. Our office is fine, yo. Like we have a very, very good, I don't want to come here and bore us with aspire to Maguire to perspire to you retire, you know. I'm just speaking facts here. So we have a very good learning environment. We teach all of the coding that you aspire to know. We also teach content creation and social media management. Yes, so all of the things that you need to know, we have our representatives outside there. If you need more information, you can reach out to them or reach out to me personally if you see me. And you can also scan the barcode in the flyer that has been given to you, or just this one right here. So as the meeting continues, we'll talk more about Tech Zone Academy and Abeokuta Tech Fest. And mind you, Abeokuta Tech Fest has not only come for us to just be in a conference. There's also going to be the time where we have the fun part of being a techie. So you guys, with a standing ovation, please welcome with me Mr. Debo Omololu. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So, thank you all. I want you to celebrate yourselves too. Thank you so much for coming. We want to say we love you and we appreciate that you will do this with us. Please stay with us and enjoy every bit of this conference. Thank you very much. Clap very well. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Tope.
Welcome. So when I said that there are some tech people that just have attitude, you see evidence? you see full-blown evidence, right? Okay, so while we were reciting the national anthem, I realized that I think I'm the only one that can still remember the national anthem. So I'm going to ask you, when was the last time you recited or you sang the national anthem? Okay? So Holy Spirit, what do you want me to pick from here? So, when was the last time you recited the national anthem? I can't remember, jeez. Okay, sis, when was the last time you recited the national anthem? Ooh, every day. Do you teach in Yoruba too? Okay, I remember my secondary school, they taught us in Yoruba, and it was a struggle. So let me look at the Gen Z's here. When was the last time you recited the national anthem? Few minutes. So smart, can you imagine? Nice one, nice one. Okay, so aside from today, when was the last time you recited the national anthem? Secondary school, right? Okay, so do you think they should just make it mandatory before you buy anything? Before you buy anything, is it that you say the pledge? I think the pledge should work best because you are still taking an oath. So national anthem is just we singing, but the pledge, I pledge to Nigeria, my what? To be what? So have you been faithful, loyal, and honest to your country? Or has your country even been faithful, loyal, and honest to you, right? Okay, now that's very good. Okay, so moving forward, we have our guest speakers here. Trust me, you are in for a great time. Every minute that you'll be spending here would be worth it because of the line of our guest speakers. They'll be sharing insights and word with us. Even though it might just be for a few minutes, but trust me, you really, really want to pay attention. And also, Miss Esther still has one thing to let us know that is coming our way in this program. So you know that we are not just here to just come and listen, and listen.
Hello, techie billionaires. So I forgot to mention that we are cheerful givers. So if you have a social media that you are active on, I'd like you to just create your content right now and post on your social media platform. Tag us, collaborate with us. We are kind like that, yeah? And the person with the highest tags, likes, engagement generally gets a scholarship. So if you can see, if you can just read through the flyer that has been given to you, you see the prices of our courses, and then you get to know that we're giving you something that is not small. It is something huge. Amen? So, if you have your phones with you, of course, create content here, post on social media, use our hashtag TechFest, Abeokuta TechFest, hashtag Abeokuta TechFest, hashtag TechZone Academy. Post your content on social media, TikTok, social media platforms like TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn. Yeah. And tag us. Thank you. The person with the highest engagement wins scholarship and will be announced today on this stage. Thank you. Clap again.
What should we do to this lady? Her attitude is getting to my nerves. Okay, so let's do something real quick. Please, can you take out your phone, take a selfie with your neighbor? You can just post that on your story or on your WhatsApp status. Hashtag TechZone Conference. Hashtag Abeokuta Tech Fest. Just put the hashtag. So yeah, let's do that right now. I would also be doing mine, and I'll be seizing the opportunity to take a selfie with our guests, and I'll be doing that now. So you guys take out your phone, take a selfie with your neighbor, and hashtag is about selfie. So Tech Bro and Texas. You have forgotten our slang. Tech Bro and Texas, we day here. Tech Bro and Texas. Thank you very much. So moving forward, please, with a warm welcome, let's welcome our first speaker of the day in person.
Please, I want us to do something quickly before I go into my presentation. Is that okay? Yes, please, can you rise? Stand, please. Yes, stand. So some people will have seen my title on the billboard or the flyer that I'm a psychologist. So I'm not going to talk about tech. Me, I'm going to be talking about what? Psychology. So you should know. So I want us to do something quickly. Tell the person standing next to you, give me space. Yes, let that person shift a little bit. Yes, because what you want to do right now requires that. Yes. So please stretch your hand. I need it sideways, please. Stretch, don't worry. Don't worry, yes. So you see that you are going to need space. You are going to need space. Please, can I drop my I believe you can see me. Everybody, let's go. Yes. You want to fly like a bird. Yes. Okay, so let it come forward. Yes, let it come forward. You want to release energy and you want to take energy. Is that okay? Is that okay? Okay, please shake your hand. Take it. Yes. Okay. Please pull it out and do it. Whatever I do. Oh yes. Now I want no. The room feels like morning. All right. How do I start? I want to start by first appreciating um, Tech Zone Academy. Please, everybody, I want you to jam yours together for this platform. Yes, I'm very sure, and I know that it's going to be an amazing time today. So I'm the first speaker. I think I'm like John the Baptist. Am I right? I'm parting the way for Mr. Debo. I'm parting the way for Mr. Shion. How's that? And I'm parting the way for Pisam. You know, it's not easy when you have your pastor as a co-speaker. It's not easy. This morning, quickly, I want to speak about what I title from novice to ninja. I don't know if my slide can be on. If it's not on, I might just try to. I will do that from here. I'm going to be speaking to us what I've titled From Novice to Ninja. Thank you. And the idea is I have 3 strategies quickly that I want to share with us on how we can develop skill rapidly. I need you to look at someone beside you and tell the person, time is not on your side, though. Whatever you need to learn, you need to learn it quickly. If that person is not speaking, turn to another person. Tell that person, my G, we no get time, oh. Whatever you need to learn, please learn it quickly. And you know, the reason why this is so important is because, you know, this is not a school where you need to put yourself and say, in 4 years' time, I'm going to graduate and then I'm going to do this. No. Whatever you are learning right now, you are possibly learning it for application and for monetization. Am I right? All right. So I'm going to be talking about 3 things, basically. And while I want to say this, I want to also appreciate or recognize the presence of the speakers for today. And that's the person of Mr. Debo and Mr. Shewamzat. Please let me jam your hands together for them. Awesome. So the first thing I want to share with us, I have 3 strategies. The first is what I call survival instinct. How do I move from being a novice? I possibly want to say that there are people in this room this afternoon that really, when it comes to tech skills or digital skills, you have little or no knowledge. How do you move from there to become a ninja? The first thing I want to share is what I call the survival instinct. I say your survival instinct. And what do I mean? What do I mean? I want to quickly use this picture to depict it. So everybody, I want you to look up. And I want to ask one simple question. The lion is chasing what? Zebra. Except for the fact that the zebra are bike. The question I want to ask is, who is trying to survive? Thank you. Who is trying to survive? Both of them. I thought somebody said a zebra. Yes, the zebra. I thought someone too said a lion. But you agree with me that it's both. Yes, I'm not going to take it long because of my time. There is the brain behind the things we see in Dubai. I'm going to the next slide now. That is the person of Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, wrote a book titled My Vision. And the first chapter in the book is titled The Lion and the Gazelle. That's the first chapter. And I want to read the first paragraph. I put the first paragraph there. Please let me have it. The first paragraph in his book, My Vision. I want to use that to explain that both of them. Please let me have it. Next slide, please. Just once I said next slide, no, don't go back. Yes, continue. I would like to read it from here. So it's safe to, Okay, do we have it? Okay, so let me read from here. He said, with each new day in Africa, if you can lay your hands on the book, I want to advise that we read it. So with each new day in Africa, a gazelle wakes up knowing he must outrun the fastest lion or perish. If he does not outrun the fastest lion, he will perish. At the same time, a lion stares and stretches, knowing he must outrun fastest gazelle or starve. So that means that the two of them, they have something at stake, two of us. And then he said, whether you consider yourself a gazelle or a lion, you simply have to run faster than others to survive. And why? Because we are all trying to survive. A lot of times, we always tag survivor to possibly people in the lower class, lower cadre. But the truth about it is that survivor is even more important to people that have gotten to a particular height. Because when we talk about fall, the impact of fall is always very high with height. True of us. If you fall from where you are seated, and I fall from here, who will feel it the most? Myself, am I right? Yes. So no matter the level where you have gotten to currently, I want to say that it is very, very important to understand that you have not gotten to that point where you can rest and you say, oh, I've done well. I remember when I was in school and we wrote our final paper, and some people dropped pen and said, bye-bye to exam. As I am, it's only my children and my younger brother that will write exams. I'm done. First degree. The amazing thing is that most of them are writing serious exams now. And do you know why? It's an arrival mentality. To think I've gotten everything that I need to get. Please, are you following me? Please, if you can take me to the next slide, I will appreciate it. But let me continue from here. So I have a picture. Please, you have to help me. I have a picture that I want to show. It's a picture of some very important brands and their products. So I have it there. No, previous slide. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Please, I asked this question many times. Please, how many people can recognize some of the brands that we have here? So this is Nokia E63, a very delightful phone. Yes, I used it, I think, when I was 7. Very fine phone. And then you didn't use BlackBerry Boat 5. What did you use? No, let's be realistic. Okay, I'm sorry. For some people that was still in primary school then. I'm sorry. But how many people know Okin biscuits? You know it. Are you sure there are Gen Zs in this place? How many people used to go? Kodak. And you know my favorite, Afribank, my father's bank. Till tomorrow, you still talk about it. Why you remember? Afribank. They said they are efficient and courteous bank. Now the question I ask is, what did they do wrong? Don't look at just the brand. Don't look at just the product. Look at the brand. These are brands that we don't really talk about again. It is said that Nokia did nothing wrong. How do you go out of the market? How do you go into, I'm sorry to say, extinction without doing nothing? I think you should do something wrong, true of us. But it's simple. They didn't do anything wrong. They just didn't survive their success. Oh yes. It's a time where I say that no matter the skill you have currently, you must begin to think about it. Even if that skill is giving you so much money currently, I want you to understand, you have to survive it. And one of the ways to survive it is to embrace and new skills. And you take new skills when your survival instinct is high. Please, you can take me to the next slide. Yes, this is where I want to talk about my favorite, my role model. C.K. Prahlad is a mind, in fact, is a futurist and a brain that I believe that the world, they come once in a while. I've read virtually 90% of his books. Is the person that really took India or Indians from India to the world. And he was one of the people that started talking about people at the lower class. He wrote a book called Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid. Before they started talking about it, a lot of people don't want to deal with poor people. They think poor people don't have money. Do you still think that way? No, let's talk. Does poor people have money? No, let me ask the person sitting next to you. He said he's asking you, please, do poor people have money? I'm serious. Ask the person a question. They have, am I right? Okay, somebody say we have. But you know, C.K. Prahlad was the first to be able to talk about himself and a man called Stuart. They were the first to begin to write to Harvard Business. In Harvard Business Review, they started talking about the wealth that is locked in the bottom of the pyramid. And he said something, which is where I'm going. I just want to quote him. He said, the things you once mastered. He has written a lot of books also on innovation. Innovation at corporate level, at organizational level, and even individual level. He said, the things you once mastered have been replaced by someone that wants to survive. The things you once mastered have been replaced by someone that wants to survive. Nokia, BlackBerry, Okin Biscuits, they did nothing wrong. You know what happened to them? Somebody that wants to survive started coming up with a better product or preferred product. So you don't need to fail on promises or delivery to go into extinction. You only need to fail on preference. If people don't prefer what you have, if people don't prefer the skill that you have, because people are only loyal to their preferences. Please, I don't know if you are with me. People are only loyal to their preferences. It is what I prefer that determines my loyalty, not what I benefit from. We were benefiting from Nokia. How many people know Ojaboko for? Very durable, am I right? The battery is, we had that benefit, but we prefer something better. And so what happened? We left it. We left it and took something better. Now, please, I want you to ask someone seated next to you, are you the better person that we are looking for? What's the response? You know, please, listen to me, everybody. You know that you are delivering on the job doesn't mean you are preferred. That I'm getting benefit from your skill doesn't mean that you are the one that I'm going to stay with. Just understand the concept of loyalty. People are loyal to their preference. So your survival instinct has to be standing. You have to make sure that you put it up for you to embrace the skill required that is needed to take you to where you are meant to be. Okay, please, let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. So I said the opposite of survival is arrival. It's a mentality. It's a mentality. Starbucks. Let me use Starbucks as a case study. We know Starbucks, am I right? Yes, it's a coffee brewing company. And what shocked me about them is that they have 10,000 outlets globally. 10,000. You know what it means to have 10,000 outlets? The biggest bank in Nigeria has 393 branches. That's the biggest bank in Nigeria. Has 393, not even 500 branches. Please, are you with me? Starbucks has 10,000. And you know what? In 2019, they said they are no longer coffee brewing company. They are now fintech company. I think if you have 10,000 branches, I think you should arrive. You should be able to tell yourself, we are okay, true of us. Yes. Having that kind of network, deep network and distribution outlets in China, in America, everywhere. However, they said no. The world is moving, we have to move. If you Google it, you see them. They call themselves a foremost fintech company. In fact, I took this because this was a question that was asked in 2019. Is Starbucks becoming a bank? How can a coffee brewing company now be called a bank? And then they started replacing the cup from coffee. They are replacing it with what? With money. They changed everything. Why? They knew what will relegate all their 10,000 branches is just one young man with a good tech skill. And he will get everything that they have. And then the man started, it takes just one Elon Musk to just look at them. I said, what are you doing? Okay, I want to sack the CEO. I will sack the marketing manager. I want everything. And why? They don't have the arrival mentality. They have the survival. They understand that their level of success requires survival. As people are trying to survive failure, so also you should try to survive success. So what do I call the survivor? I know you graduated. Possibly you have 2 degrees. And then you think to yourself, I have arrived. Some people they call them names right now. You have been able to build a particular brand. I was speaking to a young man who has a fashion brand, and he's doing so well. And I told him, I said, are you still a fashion company? I said, by now you need to think technology. And he said, I'm busy. It's time. I'm trying to meet the demand of my customer. Then I told him, I said that you are delivering excellent service doesn't mean the people will prefer you. Tech can give you the preference. True of us. Oh, yes. So, the first thing to be able to increase or to be able to move rapidly in skill development is your survival instinct. Please take me to the next one. The second one I want to share with you is authenticity. Somebody say authenticity. Okay. What do I mean by authenticity? You have to be very authentic for you to develop your skill. Why? Because I believe that skill mastery is a product of two things: nature plus nurture. Nature plus nurture. Your nature, possibly let me use this. Your nature talks about your gene. It talks about what you are naturally good at. It talks about your natural habitat. It talks about your flair, your strength. In fact, your existing skill. And someone is saying what it means to transition to tech is that I need to stop what I'm doing currently, or I need to put it on hold and then go and take tech skills. You may not need to do that. Why? Because the skill mastery we are talking about is a product of your nature and then your nurture. Your nurture talks about possibly going to school, the discipline that you have, the practice that you have, and your operation. Now, what do I mean by this? Please, you can take me to the next, where I talk about the foundation. Yes, thank you. The foundation of mastery is actually nature. You see, this is talking about, I'm in education. Please, if you don't mind, this is talking about literacy. You may not be able to see this, but it is discovered. Please look at this. There is genetic and there is environment. What I can call the nature and the nurture. And from the graph, we saw that the nature took larger percentage of the response that we get from people, from their mastery, and how they master skill. As I'm standing like this, a lizard cannot do what I'm doing, no matter the kind of school that the lizard goes to. True of us. Why? The nature has placed limitation on it. I had a friend of mine who did a course in cybersecurity 2021. And then last year he told me that he's doing data science. So I asked him, I said, the one you did in 2021, what have you done with it? And he said, well, you don't worry. The problem, this one. I said, why not hold on a bit? Why not understand yourself? I said, because what happened, why you couldn't walk the cybersecurity will happen to you in data science. I'm so sure. You know, some people want tech skill, and then they find themselves in a coding class, and then they start seeing the symbol, Mr. Shew, and then they start seeing it, and then they saw it, it's as if somebody is speaking in tongue. And then by the time you are still trying to understand it, your facilitator or the lecturer is telling you, oh my God, I enjoy myself. In fact, I coded till 3 a.m. this morning, and then you are looking at the man, and you said to yourself, is it good like this? This was what you did at 3 a.m. The problem is the nature, true of us. Even though you have the zeal, you paid for it for the nurture. You can't pay for nature. You have to understand it, your natural state. I believe that there are 4 areas in tech ecosystem, and you need to find yourself in this space. Number 1, please, you can take me to the next slide, please. The first is what I call the core builders. You see, when I talk about the core builders, we're talking about the programmers. Am I right? Let's say the truth. All of us seated here, we cannot all be programmers. True of us. Some people have problem with mathematics. They had problem with mathematics teacher when they were in primary school. In secondary, it was the further mathematics that was the problem. They got to university and they said, oh, the maths in university is not all those general mathematics that you do in secondary school. Then they had F9. It was God that gave them E8 or D that made them scale through. Now, they said tech skill and you want to go into coding. You better don't confuse yourself. Don't confuse yourself. Leave the core to the core builders. Please, are you following me? Hey, yes. Leave it for them. The people that write the code, let them write it. There are so many spaces that you can occupy. The second are the content builder. You can see the lady in front of camera. Do you notice that some people come alive when camera just come up? Where is Zazie? You know, they just come up. It's as if all their problems are over. True of us. Yes. Content builders. You are not just functioning in tech space just by writing codes. You can also function by creating what? Content. As I'm saying this, also I'm saying it to the tech academies. I know possibly we, apart from Tech Zone Academy, we may also have some tech academies in the room. We need to try as much as possible to also create products or create courses that can accommodate these people. Yes, last year, I was involved as a child psychologist. I was involved in a South African health company. They have these digital therapeutics. And so I was the child psychologist to speak to whoever wants to use the product. And then we had this short rehearsal before doing the real thing. So all the doctors were there. And then it was shocking to them that I'm not a medical doctor. Because they just looked at it like, you're a child psychologist. How come you are not a medical doctor? I said, I'm not a medical doctor. So I sat down. The thing was going, rehearsal, 1 hour, 2 hours. I was seated. I was looking at what they are doing. I said, so you find a doctor, 45 minutes in camera, making mistake. Cut. When it was my turn, I just looked at the camera and I started talking. Maybe it was because of the anger. I just looked at myself and I started talking. By the time, after 3 minutes, I saw that everybody was clapping for me. So I thought I've done something wrong. Immediately, I just became a star. So the producer came to me and said, are you a YouTuber? I said, no. He said, you are losing money. He said, with this kind of skill? Oh my God. So I didn't remember any other thing from that time till I got to Abeokuta. YouTuber. It looks like tuber of yam. But, you know. So when I got back to Abeokuta, I was asking myself, hey, how do you become a YouTuber? So I was looking for a tech academy. Content builder. Honestly speaking. To say, okay, I want to learn about it. How can I increase my number, on YouTube? So I tried some couple of things, but we are working. Number three. The third one is community builder. Maybe I will have it up. But community builder, yes. These are the set of people, even in the tech ecosystem, that helps to engage the community with the product. Now look at where it starts from. The product is created by the core, true of us. Then it's taken by the content builder, and then they create content around the product. And then there is a community builder that is ready to engage the community so that it is widely accepted. Am I right? And then the last one is the company builder. Some people will not be community. Some people will not be core. Some people will not be content creator. They are just company builders. They just know how to manage people in the tech space. Is that okay? So please let me tell someone beside you, find your space. And stay in your place. Finally, the third one that I want to share is emotional learning. Let me take us back. The first is your survival instinct. Am I right? If you want to increase your skill rapidly, you must make sure that you have the survival mentality, not the arrival mentality. The second is that you must be authentic. Before you start your training, before you choose a course, please choose yourself. Because it will work well and work better if you understand yourself first before the nurture. The third, you are taking me back. The third is emotional learning. Emotional learning. And by emotional learning, what do I mean? It means that, please, you have to run because of my time. The next slide. Mastery of anything is not only about the information alone. It also involves the emotion. In fact, information plus emotion is equal to what? Mastery. Have you wondered why 15 of us are in class and after 2 years, we only hear about 2 of us? 2 people. Okay, I said 2 of us. We only hear about 2 people. So it won't look as if I'm saying the remaining 13, they just came to mark attendance. But you agree with me that some people they didn't go to school, they went to academy to mark attendance. But what do you think happened? The information that was shared with 15 people, only 2 people had a result from it. From what? That means information does not lead to mastery. True of us? It is information that have emotion in it that leads to mastery. Because naturally speaking, we don't do what we know. So no matter the number of places you learn, if you don't add the factor of emotion, you are not likely to practicalize it. Coming for this conference will make a difference when you are able to add emotion to your what? To your information. In 2012, Federal Ministry of Health changed what used to be on the pack of cigarettes from smokers are liable to die young. In 2012, they changed it to smokers die young. If you get a cigarette now, that's what you see. Am I right? I'm waiting for somebody to say yes. But you know what? Funny enough, that year, the sales of cigarettes moved up. The year they said smokers die young, someone saw smokers die young. That is to tell you something. People don't do what they know. The question is, what do people do? And that's very important. The action and the steps you are going to take after this conference is not going to possibly be about the knowledge that you gain or the information that you have in this conference. It's going to be the form, what I call systemic feelings. Please permit me. I hope you are following me. Yes. I said it is not our knowledge, but our state that determines our action. So there's this concept that they call systemic feelings. Systemic feelings means, thank you very much. It means that every system that is created to either arouse your feeling or suppress it. That if you check your actions are possibly based on a systemized concept that affects your feelings. And it's on 3 fronts. Number 1, media. The greatest barrier to skill mastery today, the leading cause, is distraction. Distraction from social media. And why? Check that notification. A phone is not as important as the tone that comes out of the phone. Do you notice? The phones that sells the most, check them, check. It's not first about their ringtone, it's about the notification. By the time some people want to do something tangible in a day, go and check, they put their phone on silence. Because if they don't put it, you won't do anything. True of us. That all it takes to take the next 1 hour from your time is just to click on one notification. Facebook. Oluwashola Femi, birthday, wish him birthday. So you click just to wish that one birthday. The Facebook gives you other birthdays. And then you are clicking happy birthday. But the next thing that comes up, you just discover that there is a feed. Or there is a post that you need to look at. Am I right? And from there, if you use iPhone, there's one icon to your left up there. Tell you to go to the previous page you visited. Maybe Instagram or LinkedIn. LinkedIn is still even better. If you spend your time on LinkedIn, your head will correct. But if you spend more time on Twitter, you will develop hatred. It's psychological. I'm serious. You just see some people when you talk to them about Nigeria, say, keep quiet. Unnecessary violence. And then you are just wondering, like, what is the matter? We are all together, human. Women supporting. Women, shut up. What's women support? Go and check that person. He spend more time. If you spend more time on Instagram, you are going to live in dreamland. It's dream every time. When my vision come, when I will buy my own Range Rover. This is, we have been talking about it. They have a way of taking you up and them just moving you. But you know why it's so powerful? Because it was given to us in a systemic way. What does it mean for something to come in a systemic way and to affect your feeling? It's just something that comes every time. You want to shut it, but it shows up. The more you even try to shut it, the more he's trying to. Somebody told me one day, he said, sir, what can I do? I want to stay 2 days without data. I said, smash the phone. Because I know your account details right now. You can't afford to even repair it. In 2 days, I know you'll be liberated. But as long as you have the phone and you have the data, you notice you are always there. It looks addictive, am I right? But whatever is addictive, go and check. It is actually riding on systemic feelings. It is because they created it to affect your feelings. And it is done that way because of system. Please, are you with me? If you want to master skill, what do? It is also systemic feelings. You need to subject yourself to another form of system. The same social media that takes you out or that causes distraction, can also be the source of skill mastery. True of us. The second thing that actually subjects your system of feeling is money. Money, yes. Money. If I call somebody out now, I'm not doing it, I'm just giving you a scenario. And I said, I want to give you $500. The person can jump from here and come up. True of us. There are things you think you cannot do. And your capacity to do it magnifies with currency. If I put it in Naira, Tope will look at me and say, coach, I said, Tope, 5,000 Naira, you will do this. I said, coach, don't worry. But $5,000. What do you think happened? You can try it now. I said, you can attempt it. 5,000 pounds. Now, you see that, in fact, check the person sitting next to you. If their eyeball is not bigger, the hairs are becoming bigger. Something is happening. Am I right? It's a systemized feeling. It was created to make sure that your feeling is predictable. Simple. If you want to master skill, some people, the reason why they are studying what they are studying now is because they heard that somebody is being paid. I was discussing with a friend of mine, that was on Tuesday, and he told me about a lady that is earning 8 million naira per month in Abuja. I won't say what she's doing. But you know what happened? After that discussion, I went online. What do you think I was learning? I was researching on what she's doing. Whatever somebody is doing in this Nigeria that is making that person command that kind of money. And why? Systemic feeling. The third one is men. It's people. It's people. Please, I hope you get something from me today. So when you want to put your feeling, because very important, we call it emotional feelings. Check media. Check money. Oh yes. Money is important. Money is in two forms. Is it that skill is used by many, or is used by few that can pay you the money at once? And the third one is men. That's the place of mentorship. Mentorship. People can discourage you, true of us. Oh yes. There are people that show up like this, and you are sad. Am I right? No, am I right? Some people can show up, just like the way Topper is standing now. And then what happened to you? The feeling just... And some people show up and you are happy. True of us? Yes. It's a systemic work. And do you notice the people that makes you sad, they always come every time. The people that make you happy, you are the one who running to meet them. I don't know why the life is just like that. Somebody that I don't want to see is the one on my face. You are doing something good, is their phone number. When they call you, they are the one. When it's WhatsApp call, they are the one. When it's message, they are the one. They send you text messages, true or false. The person that you want to call does not call. And is what we call systemized feeling. So please, like a teacher that is taking the student through a journey, what's the first thing that helps you? Survival instinct. What's the second one? Authenticity. And what's the third one? Emotional feeling. Please do what you learn here by subjecting those information to what? Media, money, and men. Thank you very much.
Is that how you celebrate, Coach? What do we say to Coach? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Coach. How many of you would agree with me that Coach being the first speaker is like a perfect timing? Like, he's stirring up the moment. And just tell your neighbor, you are in for a good time. Oh, you are in for a memorable time. Okay, now, so before we move forward, please, everyone seated at the back, please, could you move forward? If there is a space in front of you, please kindly fill it up. Let's all come together. Let's all come together. Please, let us fill up the spaces in front of us. We won't continue if we don't do this. So please, could you just kindly take a step forward, fill up the space that is right in front of you. Thank you so much. God bless you as you do that. Thank you. Please, I'm just seeing some empty spaces. Please, just come together, let's come together. There's some empty seats here too. Let's come together. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So while we are doing that, please could you tell your neighbor, there was something Coach said, and we just need to repeat it. So tell your neighbor, find your place. I can't hear you. Find your place and stay in your place. Be authentic and know thyself. So just say it, be authentic and know thyself. So when he was giving examples of mathematics, further maths, I was just remembering those times when we used four-figure table, and I'm like, all those things then, what am I using it to do now, Abi? And I'm like, all those mathematics, what are we using it to do? So you really need to know yourself, know what you are really, really interested at. It's not just the money that can lead you there, but you really know what you are doing. Okay, so we would be bringing up the second speaker, and media, we have a video for the second speaker that will be coming up shortly, and that is in person of Mr. Sheun Amzat. Please, a round of applause for him. But before he comes up, let's do something real quick. Before he comes up, please, we have like just a few minutes for networking. The person sitting next to you, just talk to the person in like 5 minutes. We just want to network for like 5 minutes before we bring up the next speaker. Ask the person, what are you into? You know, now this is just networking. Ask them their names. And don't forget, we said we have gifts for people. So aside from we're looking forward to the highest likes on those selfies we took earlier, we are also going to award gifts for this session too. So the person sitting right next to you, I'm coming down now to also network. The person sitting right next to you, ask them, what is your name? What do you do? You don't know who you are sitting next to. I'm telling you, you don't know who you are sitting next to. Don't ridicule anybody. You don't know who is who. Let's help each other now. Please, I'm Temi Tokpe, the media babe. I host events. I'm also a router. So just start networking and just tell them what you do so that we can build a community. Some people are not networking, no. Some people are not networking, no. And please, there are still some empty seats at the back, please fill it up. Please kindly come forward. Let's fill up those seats. Please, it's a community. We are building a community here. So let's just all come together. Let's know ourselves. Let's know how we can help each other. Like the popular slang says, we rise by lifting others. So yeah, we want to rise by lifting ourselves. Okay, so people are even collecting number. Hey, nice one. Nice one. Okay, so let's start rounding off the networking. Let's start rounding off. Then I'm just going to call someone to make sure that we really, really did this networking thing. Okay, sir, so could you tell me who you've met today?
All right, his name is Sunday, and he's an educator as well, and also a student, and also trying to go into tech, the area of graphics designing and all. Yes.
Okay, good. So one more person. I'm going to call you one more person to just tell us who they've met or who they met just now and what the person does. Okay, so tell us who your neighbor is. What does she do?
All right, so her name is Benedicta, and she's a nutritionist. And yeah, she works at Valley. And they just moved to ABK. All right.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. You guys are like one of the best audience someone can ever have. Please, a round of applause for yourselves, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for yourselves. Okay, so right about now, we'll be having the second speaker. Please make welcome Mr. Oluwaseun Hamzat.
First of all, before I even go ahead, thank you so much for Africa Abeokuta Tech Festival for the invitation. Thank you so much. Special shout outs to Dolakpor and Pisam. It's really a great honor to be here. So thank you very much for the invitation. And for all my people as well that I'm seeing. I can't call everybody one after the other, but it's just really great to see you guys. Feeling a bit, I feel like I'm within family now, so I can be, I can share a lot of stories. And also personally, Pisam has really inspired us. Like the way he teaches, he's always very vulnerable. So is it okay if I'm vulnerable with you guys and share a bit of backstory? Is that all right? Okay, great. So I'll be sharing some of the story along my career path. I'm talking about something called becoming world class. And It's like becoming world class, but then they focus on soft skills, mindset, and strategies, right? Becoming world class, but a big focus on soft skills, mindset. You have to help me. You have to help me with the slides. Like, most of my presentation is very, very visual. So if there are no slides, it would really undermine the presentation. So please, help me with the slides. Is Joshua there? Okay, great. So I'll just continue. Right, so we're talking about, becoming world class. And this is something that I've been very, very obsessed with. And I think the first thing that it would occur to me, right, that regardless of wherever you are born, regardless from where you come from, you can truly compete with anybody in the world if you truly understand what to do. And I think the very first time the reality hit me was at the very beginning of my career. I had this wonderful opportunity. How I got opportunities is another long story on its own, but I got the opportunity to be able to work with the German Development Corporation. And, that was the first time in my life that I would ever enter a plane. I remember taking the picture and saying, "Mommy, your son has made it in this life." And I remember getting into it's like very weird stories, but, I was just this young boy that was just seeing life for the first time. I remember entering the hotel. And the first thing that welcomed me was a TV just coming on automatically and then saying, "Welcome, Mr. Shum." I just paused. I was like, how did this TV know that I just stepped in? Right? I started asking my question. I remember I can never forget because I still have the video. I remember I took the recording of the TV, took the recording of the bedroom, the first time in my life, and I sent it to my sibling and said, "In the name of Jesus, none of us will be poor. If you say you want to be poor, it's me, I will fight you." I was so passionate about this stuff, and like, I can never be poor. But the most thing the most striking thing for me was getting to talk with these white guys, and for the first time in my life, I started to realize that I'll talk with them, and they find what I say insightful, and they find it like, this guy knows stuff. And for the first time, we always thinking that I know stuff. It just did something to my mindset. And that we would be on the table planning a project that would impact thousands of people. And that my intake was valuable to that conversation. Drastically changed my mind. I came back and I was angry at everything around me. I came back to Abeokuta, like, what in God's name is this? I was like, young people there are making, decisions that would affect many people, and you are here, we are talking about all this. So everything used to piss me off. And so that's when I started to get the reputation of being, my siblings, if you ask them, they'll say, he's an old man in a young man's body. Because I just became very intense. And it's because I had a glimpse of what a world-class version of me could look like. But I was still in a way, still confined to this local place. So something was not agreeing. And so since then, and I've since then gone ahead to even get better opportunities, but since then, something has just been intense and just been burning in me. Like, I cannot be this small. I have to go beyond these bounds. And so when I come back, I challenge a lot of people. I was like, no, come on, you can't be small. And that's why I feel like, in a way, I've like kind of dedicated my life to trying to help your young people to see this. That there is more that is locked in your inside. And I'm not a motivational speaker. Trust me, I prefer practical ways and I'm not saying something is wrong with motivational speaker. I'm just saying that I prefer, like, if I'm saying you can do more, I'm telling you, you can go and try this, like, do it now, and you see that it actually produces results. And I've been super obsessed with it. I've read a lot of books about what can truly make a man world class. I used to think that it was skills, a lot of art skills, and I used to think I was very, very brilliant. And it's good that sometimes it's good to be naive like that. So I thought I was very, very brilliant. Until I started working with cutting-edge companies, and I realized that that's the basic level. All of you have skills. All of you are brilliant. But not everybody will still go at the same rate, although you all have skills and you are all brilliant. And I started realizing, like, oh my goodness. I started realizing that I was not as smart as I thought I was. There were people who were 10 times smarter than I am. And I realized that there was an unwritten rule about how people really move and how people really become world class. And for some, I just took a step back. I started to understand what is this pattern. I started to study, what work-class work really means. And honestly, and I will talking through it, and you begin to realize that there are some key things that really matter and can separate you from the rest of every other person. It's number one, soft skills. Number two, your mindset. And number three, the strategy by which you play the game. And those are the three things that I want to speak with. And I want to, teach like by one of my most esteemed teachers here. He's always very vulnerable. So I'll be sharing some. And please, by no means do I consider what I've done any kind of, like, I'm grateful for where I am, but it's not necessarily remarkable, considering the kind of fire that still burns in me, and like where I see not only where I even see myself going, but where I even see my colleagues and my friends already at, is whatever we are still doing right now is still child's play. Hope you understand that, right? So it's not in any way an attempt to boast or to present myself as something that someone has achieved any reasonable things. That I'm trying to like share my skills. Many of you actually don't know. I'm seeing many faces that I know very well. So I'm trying to share like a story so that you'll be able to get the insight. And hopefully, after you leave here, you will see something practical that you can actually apply almost immediately. Is that all right? Right. So I'm kind of a little bit vulnerable. I've not ever tried to teach like this or to present like this. Right? So even if you see the first slide, you see that it's a bit different. Okay, so next slide. Joshua, I need you to help me a lot today, or whoever is behind the screen. So, again, they've introduced me and they said many things about it. The funny thing is that sometimes even me, I confuse myself because I introduce myself differently based on the gathering that I am in. So, for example, if you are in an AI conference, I don't introduce myself as a head of growth and outreach. Who cares about the head of growth and outreach at an AI conference? I tell you, I'm an AI and strategy or tech strategy consultant. That's what I introduce myself to. If I'm in a gathering of ecosystem builders, like my Ogazi, I just tell them, I'm an tech ecosystem developer. I build tech communities and all of that. So depending on wherever I am, I take different forms and shape. I never in my career have allowed my unique set of skills to constrain me to a particular place. I kind of just position myself as much as I can for opportunities that come. And that has really helped me to develop a lot of skills. But what I've realized that kind of connects every single thing that I've done all my career right now so far is that I build products, I build partnerships, I build programs, and I build ecosystems that connect young people to opportunities. If you run a street ruler, you will see all that elements in everything, right? So I've been the startup coach before. So when I say coach, while you're doing this, I was like, oh my goodness, this like. So it's really, but I've done all those things too in some form or in some capacity. So, but if you really want to know what I told you, I think it's really about just providing young people opportunities. Next slide. So again, I'm not doing this again. Just so that I'm going to tell a story all through this. But this is how my career has looked like for a bit. And funny enough, I was trying to prepare this and I realized that not everything that I've done can actually fit in a one single line like this. But let's try and paint a story. So, graduated from Babcock with computer science, did my MSc. Actually, I was forced to do this MSc because I didn't know what to do the MSc. But they were like, you have to have an MSc. I was like, okay, no problem. Did the MS. And I'll tell you a story at the end of, I don't want to say the story now. I'm going to tell you the story of how all these things connect. But I'll wait till the end of the slides. And from there, got this is not the first job I got, but it's like the first time that, it kind of makes sense, like, okay, it seems like you actually know what you are doing, right? So programs and hub manager for an innovation hub right here in Ogun State. And from there, I became, joined DSN. DSN is like the biggest AI learning and solution delivery network in Africa. At the time, we were just a team of 6. By the time I would be leaving, I'd left them with a team of 40 plus, right? And, it was there as a data scientist, but also like the business manager, managed consulting and training projects. From there, I joined one of the biggest AI non-profits in the world. And this was, for me, again, another mind-shattering event that truly transformed my career. And then from there, I joined Kibo, and I currently lead growth and outreach at Kibo. And underneath there, you see there are some, just like notable mentions. So, did some consulting work for GIZ, but also I currently lead my own private consulting outfits that we are trying to do on the side. It's very difficult, especially because I'm also an operator in a startup. Sometimes I ask myself, who is sending me work? But, sometimes you just have to just do, like I used to tell myself, I'm young. I will not have this fervor and this energy forever. So I try to combine as much as I can. So let's move on to the next slide. And so this is where I would love to make a very interesting point that things are changing. If you have never realized it, I'm telling you now. The future of, it's not even, I don't, when people say future of work, it looks as if it's far. It's the now of work. Like, things are drastically changing as we see. I just cited my big mom in the as well. Thank you so much for coming. It's really exciting. Oh my goodness. Oh God. Anyway, so change ahead. It's like things are drastically changing, and work as we know it is changing right before our eyes. Some people are not even noticing it, and it's kind of sad in a way. AI is changing everything. One of the programs that I lead is a program that trains young people in AI and automation. And I'm telling you that skill is a complete game changer. And you have to be aware of these things and be ready and prepare yourself for what is ahead. But quickly, let me show you some statistics, right? These are some, like we all know, people have been saying tech is the new oil. You can see when it comes to like sectors in the Nigerian economy, you can see that some sectors are probably on their way down, some that just basically remain static, but you can see one that is just constantly moving up, right? And people still tell me today and say, oh, tech, is it not now that they are sacking tech people, tech is going down? And I'm like, you don't necessarily understand what you're saying, because we're in an economic, recession, does not mean that tech is going down. Because I see people doing the argument in events, I'm like, oh goodness me, and people will listen to these people. But anyway, let me show you one statistic that proves to me that, people say, oh, tech is already saturated, we need to find the next thing. I'm like, what do you mean by tech is saturated? If tech is saturated, maybe not in Africa. It cannot be in Africa. Let me show you statistics, the shocking statistics. Now, this is California in the USA. Their total population is 40 million people. This is the whole continent of Africa. The big continent. Total population 1.2 billion. Now, this is the amount, at least as of 2 years ago, this is the amount of developers that we have in one state in California. Look at as big as we are, 1.2 billion people. Only 700,000 developers. And now you're not going to complain and say, it's US. How can you compare yourself to US if one state will have 630 developers? And now people are still now saying that tech is saturated. Come on, we are just deceiving ourselves. And there is no country in the world that became big without investing in STEM education. No country in the world. So this is not a reality that you can escape. And if anybody is scaring you and say, are you not sacking tech people? Don't listen to that. Like, the person doesn't know what they are saying. There's a lot of opportunities, right? I think it was just last week, Monday, I posted that opportunity, and it was just for, and I'm like, there are opportunities everywhere. So that people just don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I don't even know who has this skill, and it's very painful. Last week, I just posted an opportunity of a foundation in partnership with Kibo School that were willing, now listen to me, willing to train undergraduates, but not only go to train them, they are also going to pay them. I'm training you, I'm also paying you, and I'm also getting you a job. So people are already seeing that there is a gap here and are trying to plug it. But again, young people, for some reason, we are so focused on watching Tauma, whatever we are watching, that we are seeing opportunities that are skipping us by. The cutoff was, the only requirement that you needed was like, have a CGPA above 3.0. Somebody was sending me and saying, Mr. Shio, my CGPA is 2.9. What can I do? Like, there's nothing you can do. I cannot help you. This is how you miss opportunities. I've been telling you book is scam. It's not true. Book is not scam. You better read your book, right? You better study as much as you can, right? Well, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that there is still big opportunity to play. And Mr. Debo is in the funding space. And when we talk to startups, people always say, oh, what's the biggest problem? What's the biggest challenge? For some people say funding. But if you actually talk to startup founders, we realize that the challenge, their biggest, of course, funding could be an issue, but the biggest challenge when we talk to founders, startup founders, has never been funding. Then, can you give next slide? It has always been talent. Is that we don't have people good enough to employ. The people that think they are good, when we put them, they will build system that will crash within. It's like, I'm telling you the truth. I conduct interviews almost like quarterly, and sometimes you would interview guys and you'll be like, what in God? People just write English, but when you actually put them to test, then you'll be shocked. Right? So it's always been access to talent. For example, there's been two guys in this city that have been looking for growth marketers for almost like a year. I was telling him, see, that is one of my department. It is extremely hard to find people that have those skills. It's extremely hard. Anyway, let's move on. And so I'm trying to talk about this future of work and why it would require you to change. Because if you don't change, you're going to be in trouble. And the first thing about the future of work I want to talk about, or I haven't cancelled it, that is no longer, don't let us call it future of work anymore. Let's call it now of work. Please, don't let us deceive ourselves, because things are drastically changing extremely, really fast. Number one is that it is fast changing, and I'm going to talk about all these things in a moment. It is decentralized, it is global, and the future is also African. And these four attributes of the future of work provides you a unique opportunity, and I think that also you need to approach it in a completely different way. You cannot approach work right now the way our fathers, our aunties approached it. If you try that, you will fail. Not only will you fail, you will fail woefully. Or at least you would maybe manage to just get by. And that should not be your goal as a young person. So let's talk about the fast changing pace of work. Jobs are always being invented. In fact, in 2018, they released a report and said about 85% of the jobs that we have in 2030 have not even been invented yet. And if you think that this is not a reasonable, maybe this is just an exaggerated fact. Now, let me quickly conduct a quick survey. Can you tell me some jobs that existed 10 to 20 years ago that doesn't exist right now? Anybody? Can you share that with me? It's good to see you, Oba. Thank you so much for coming. It's good to see you. Okay, can anybody raise their hands? Jobs that exist. Typist. Now, if you don't know, typist was a very hot job. If you were a typist, you were very learned. They won't be begging you, please help us to type this thing. We have a deadline. You were a superstar. But these jobs don't exist anymore. Anybody else can they want to give me? School lesson. Preschool lesson. Interesting. Anybody else? Call center. In fact, how many of you still go to call center to make calls? And these are things that, and we are saying it and we are laughing about it, but just about 7-8 years ago, these were the in thing. But these things happen subtly and nobody even is noticing. And the question again, if I could ask you, what are jobs that now exist that did not exist 15 years ago or 10 years ago? Anybody? Social media. As popular as that job is right now, 10, 15 years ago, that job never existed before. Never existed before. I used to tell some people, like, see, thank God that you are going to school, but there are some things that school will not prepare you. You have to take responsibility by yourself to prepare yourself for it. So let me quickly show you a list that I have. And let's walk through this list and see if they are true. These are jobs. I don't know if anybody still uses meter reader, video store. I remember when I was in primary school, every holiday we used to go and charter video cassettes. We would rent it, and there's someone that was really excited that I was making money. Right now, absolutely zero kobo. I don't think the person is making any money. Can you go to the next one? There's good. Now, jobs that exist now that did not exist 15 years ago: blockchain engineer, mobile app developer, YouTube creator. Now, you imagine that there are people that says their own job, like Coach Wale said, is YouTube. Like, how can you say that your whole job? And some of these people are extremely. In fact, Google organized a conference for them in Dubai. If you see these guys pull up, I was not asking myself, hope I've not missed my colleague. Like he's saying, hope I will not go and look into this thing, right? And these are jobs that would exist in 15 years, but don't currently exist. I've heard of NVIDIA's new market cap. That NVIDIA's market cap is bigger than the whole GDP of Nigeria. And basically what they stumbled upon is just basically quantum AI chips. So it means that in the next couple of years, we will start needing people who can do quantum programming. Some of you, they didn't understand what I'm trying to say, but it's fine. Those are the things that will happen in the next 15 years, right? I think in a way, we already have drone managers, but these are things that don't currently exist yet, but would, especially based on the trajectory of the way tech is going. Let's talk about the future of being decentralized. And and this is a problem that many tech founders are finding they're saying is wrong with Gen Z, is that I always tell founders, this is the generation of talent. You cannot be treating all these threats. Like, if you don't want to work, you can leave. You cannot do that again, no. You will say, sorry, do you need extra time? Because the work field is now decentralized. Talent work for multiple companies at the same time. There's something called a gig economy. And I was just trying to do some research, and I realized that Nigeria is not a small player when it comes to gig economy. The size, as of 2021, the size of the gig economy in Nigeria is $28 billion. There are people like me and you just sitting down, chilling, and printing out money. Hope you know that. I remember my neighbors at one point were suspecting that this guy must be here, because on Monday morning, they are rushing to work. Me, I'm just chilling and just, in fact, maybe sometimes I was like, and I start singing worship songs. Blessed, 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Because work has changed. I don't need to be in a physical office. I don't need to. I start with this guy. Just bought a car. How did he buy it? What is he doing? Like, you are just deceiving yourself. Work as what? Has changed. Next slide. Let's talk about work being global. And I like to use this slide so that you understand. And this is why you need to change, because you cannot carry, and I'm sorry if you are, when I'm saying this, you don't feel offended. I was born here, I was raised here. You don't carry a Abeokuta mentality to work now. You will not have a job for a long time. They will sack you very soon if you carry a Abeokuta mentality to work. Why? Because work is now global. Move to the next slide. Let me show you something. I just want to show you my team, my own personal team. I have a team, right? I have some guys in Abeokuta, Lagos, Ibadan. Some guys in New York, some guys in Dubai, some guys in Doha, some guys in Toronto, and sometimes I'll be the one leading there. So I cannot be saying one boy from, I cannot. And you have to speak with so much audacity. Like if I go to Cambridge, are you not working under my team? You are working. So listen to this is the strategy that we are following. Work is now global. You need to understand social norms. Not everybody will say good afternoon. I remember I joined this team and I was saying good afternoon. I said, don't ever call me ma. Like, you are older than me. You are my boss. You pay my salary. You are ma. Say, if you call, now it got to a point where they haven't had to threaten me. If you call, you'll be fined. Like, that's why you need to understand global cultures and norms. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because everything is changing. You need to know what is the American culture, what is available in Doha, what is available in Dubai, and make sure that you don't violate it. Because if they report you to HR, you are gone. You cannot use the excuse that that's how they used to do in our place. Who's your place? Work is now global. Work is now global. You cannot be saying, these are they used to do here. Okay. And the next one that I would say, and the reason why I'm trying to paint this, because I'm going to ask you to, I'll be kind of imploring you to change some things, like your consider getting these soft skills, this mindset, these strategies. And I'm trying to lay the foundation that these are some of the reasons why you need to do this, because work is changing, right? The next thing is that the future is African, the future of global talent. And this is why there's a big focus here. And this is why, if you're an African right now, you should be excited. You should be excited. There are many programs designed to just come and recruit talent from here. I was going to show you another interesting statistics board. My slides has disappeared. But do you realize that by 2050, 1/3 of the world's youth population, that is to say the working class, would be in Africa? So it means that, I've always questioned, like, what is happening to our old people? But that's another conversation anyway. But anyway, like 1/3 of the, so it means that all these Microsoft that are doing shakara for us now, they need us. This is why they are opening offices here. This is why they are recruiting us here. This is why you will hear that, you just hear all of a sudden that the head of global learning in Microsoft is bearing a Nigerian name. It's because we are in that, they need us. And this is why you need to expand your mind to make sure that you are such a world-class talent that Google will not mind hiring you. Does it make sense what I'm saying? And so for me, like I said, sometimes soft skills are not the. And so let's wrap up the four ways I feel like the current. We don't call it future of work again. We are calling it the current state of work. Number one is what? Like I'm trying to learn from quotes. Number one is what? Fast changing. Number two, decentralized. Number three, global. And number four, great. So let's talk about becoming world class, right? And like I mentioned, these are three things I'm going to be talking about. Number one, what are the soft skills that you would need to be global? I'm not going to mention everything. I'm just going to give you, for at least in my own experience, maybe like 2 critical ones that you can start right now, start developing, right? So number one, I said you need to change soft skills. You need to develop them. As you are developing your art skills, your data analytics skills, your cloud engineering skills, your web skills, also intentionally develop your soft skills. And what are soft skills? They are simply psychological skills, that are applicable to any workplace and enable you to succeed in your career, right? In fact, LinkedIn basically said about 92% of talent professionals believe that soft skills are as important. Someone even said, even if not more important than hard skills. See, this one I have learned with experience. Because I used to be someone that would say, you know what, my work will talk for me. It's a lie, yo. I've heard somebody say that before. Say, my work will, okay. Your work will speak for you. It's true. It will speak to you to it has a threshold of its volume. After that, it cannot go louder than that. You need, my time is, what? Okay, let's try and rush this. And then the importance, 37% says that entry-level guys don't have it. And this is why some of them don't even really rise. But if you look at the most in-demand skills, according to LinkedIn in 2024, you will see soft skills topping the thing. I thought you would say no AI, but no. According to LinkedIn Learning, they think that communication is number one skill. You need to really know, irrespective of who you are, right? You must have some sort of leadership skill. You must need to know how to work with people. Your team members would be global, right? Would be remote in nature. You need to have a way to be able to manage them and to relate with them. You need to have problem-solving skills. Nobody has time to spoon-feed you anymore. You have to be able to come up with creative ways to solve real problems. They said I should round up, so I'll try and rush through this. And I will just jump into my summary. So I call this the 4 C's, and I think like everybody, I don't have time to explain it, just move on to the next slide. Communication, if you're looking for things that you need to start saying, okay, what do I build in terms of soft skills? Build communication, know how to talk, know how to write. Those things are very important. And you only get better by practicing. Know how to talk. I can't tell you the doors that just talking, ability to talk sense. To look at the conversation from a different angle, the kind of opportunities that's opened up to me. Just know how to talk, know how to collaborate, know how to critically think, and then be very, very creative. Be very, very creative. One of the reasons why I've really risen around the ranks in my career is just the ability to just be able to think outside the box, right? And so let's talk about mindset. I don't have time again, giving me warning. I'm sorry I'm rushing this. I'm trying to get to a story. I'm going to try and connect all this together. Mindset, I feel like there are 2 major mindsets that you should have. 2 major mindsets. Number one is continuous learning. And it's basically the ability to learn anything. I want to contradict a bit of what Coach Wale said, is that, some people, I've spoken with some people and they say, I'm too old, I can't learn this. If you truly want to be world class, you cannot have that mentality. You need to tell yourself, believe there's nothing I can't learn. Just give me time and space. And you have to truly believe it. There is nothing I cannot learn. And that's how to become world class. If you're saying, no, me, I'm not good in math, you are already pegging yourself. Because even in that your video, you're saying digital marketing, there is another thing called analytics, even in digital marketing. If you don't know math, you will still not go as far. You will not be talking on social media. You have to go beyond. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's still data behind all these things, so you still need to know some level of math. So you need to convince yourself. That mathematics, sometimes you still need to go and face it again. I'm a big believer in focusing on what are your natural giftings and talents, but also increase your ability to learn. Don't say that you can't learn. And the next one is, builder's mentality. This one is a major issue, especially in Nigeria. You don't see people's CV filled up with certificates, but they have not built anything. So let's quickly talk about continuous learning. Go back to continuous learning. Yeah, see this woman, 82 years old, that built So, like, are you worse than this person? She learned how to code when she was 81, and she built a see, if you want to learn code, you can learn it. I have seen people who want it. I'm telling you, you can learn it, regardless of how old you are. But if you have a natural proclivity for maybe communication, data, then go for it. That's your natural. You should probably major on things that are your natural strength. But don't block yourself out of some opportunities because you're just put a mental block that, I can't learn it. It's not my strong suit, right? So move on. Builder's mentality. So I love to use this example every time. I always tell people that the skills that you have is not as important as the way you apply those skills. Nigerians, the biggest problem Nigerians use is that we have plenty, we don't apply anything. We are just using the skills to look for a job. And you are going to be in trouble. I showed budget. How many of us have heard of budget before? Before now, budget. Now, tell me what has been presented here that a normal mid-level data analyst can do. It's absolutely not, is it? Is it to extract the figures that you can't do? But somebody thought about a creative way to apply this. And right now, the guy, not only has he become a global phenomenon, now he's even trying to raise other startups. Like, sometimes this guy, even what he's doing, I feel like I know 5 people that can do way better than what these guys are doing. But it's just about the ability to be able to think about what skills do I have now and what can I do with it. And they're about to come and chase me away from the stage. So and I'm sorry. I thought I had 30 minutes. So anyway, so I don't have time for it, but always build. Don't complain. None of you will sign up for Tech Zone Academy and say, they promise to help us get a job. The only way you get a job is to be able to build. It's not certificate. Nobody cares about certificates in the tech. Is you have to build. Build. It's very important. And like Spider-Man, Uncle Ben said to Spider-Man, with great power comes what? Very good. I like that. At least you guys watch movies. So quickly, let's talk about strategies, and I'm wrapping up here, and I'll wrap up with my story. 3 strategies I don't have time to explain, but I believe that you will get it. Number 1, these are personal strategies that I've tried to apply as much as I can. That I learn and build openly. What does that mean? I used to say, when you are learning something, when you're building something, share it. It does something to your mindset. It makes you more accountable. It makes you more committed to the journey. So learn and build openly. Number 2, build global networks and connections. This is a game changer. I used to tell people, sometimes people always like to try to make you feel like you're special. I was like, there's nothing special. You're probably even way more brilliant than I am. But some advantage I have is it's just global networks. I will see the way they are doing these things, and I have just an access, just by the chance of those global networks, to see how they are building something like this, how they are building an ecosystem in, for example, maybe Tel Aviv. And I know somebody there, and he's telling me about this. And I try to replay, and I just try to reproduce it here. There's nothing special that we're doing. It's just like access, build global networks. And the last one is, stand on the shoulder of giants. I'm telling you, you need to have somebody in the room that is speaking for you. I've been blessed in my life with men, people who would fight tooth and nail and say, no, that's not true. Sheon will not do that. Or Sheon can do this. Give it to him. Test him. Right? And you need those people in your life. It's not every time that you'll be asking them to give you money. Sometimes just serve. Just serve. I remember the first time I met Obasanjo in my life, it was just basically serving. And the man gave me, said, who is the youngest person in this room? And I was the youngest person. Okay, so give him this opportunity and let him try it. And that's how I got. One day I will share that story with everybody. But that's it. And it was just basically because I helped my mentor then carry his bag. And they were bouncing the other piece. That's why you have to be confident. I said, no. I just looked at it. I said, no. And I entered. I was not meant to be in that room. It was service and confidence. Like you can send other peers. You will not send me out. Anyway, so let me wrap up with the story of my journey. And and I'm going to end, I promise. And I apologize if I've taken too much. I truly apologize. This is not my usual practice. But I hope that you learned 1 or 2 things, right? So I cannot be offended my people that I invited, and you will not learn anything. That would be very terrible. It means I failed on both ends. So let me quickly, like I mentioned, I showed you my career part from the beginning for this reason, just to share my story. Because I've shared soft skills, I've shared mindset, I've shared strategy, but I feel like the biggest of them all, for me, is in the story of my own journey. I remember having finished masters. This is very emotional, but having finished masters, I tried to apply for jobs, no jobs. I got very depressed, And, for like, why am I even going to want to go and play? There's no job. You are a grown man. You are still asking for money to cut your hair from your mother. It was really a down period. So I decided to shut down for like 3 days. And like, let's go and talk to Baba God. So I spent a lot of time just praying. I said, what is it that am I supposed to do next? And I spent a lot of time in prayer. And so regardless of your faith, I feel like you can still learn a valuable lesson here. And I prayed and prayed. Like, this God, they said this God used to talk. At least he should talk to me about what should be my next step. I did not hear anything. But on the last day, I never put on video. Like, who will be putting on video at this age? Well, at this time. For some reason, I put on the video. And I heard a company on the video. And I think the person that was talking on that video is actually in this room. Right? My Oga is also in this room. And for some reason, very strong voice. I could hear it in my heart. It's like, go to this place. That's how I went. And me, I was just going there to go and learn. But, I worked there for 3 months without pay. And I was gladly doing it because why? God, I believe it was God, told me to go there. Master's level, working for free. After that, the man was like, you've been working for free 3 months. You've been good. Let's at least give you transport fare. So as a master's degree holder, I was getting paid 30K. I tell my siblings this story because they just started their own journey and I was like, this is not how it looks like. Oh, I earned 30K for close to a year. So if you are making I don't want to mention the amount that I'm making, you better use your sense and keep the money and spend wisely and save and invest. Because this is not, you are getting the privilege of the suffering that I have suffered. You cannot suffer that suffer again. You understand what I'm saying? 30K but I stayed there because, a voice told me this is where it should be for now. After that, got an opportunity, got to meet GIZ and all that. And then again, I heard the voice. And I was just basically serving because I got this opportunity to learn data science. And this again, a vital lesson. Don't think about yourself alone. So I was always asking, with whatever I have now, what can I do? So I started serving. I organized classes for free. And there's one time that I did not know that somebody was looking at me. There was this opportunity to organize something in Abeokuta. I took it upon myself, used my own money, my small money that I'm making, organized a class for about close to 300 people. Some of you probably might still know, it was in OOPL. I didn't have enough, just talked to those guys, they gave us the space for free, 200 people, and we taught them. In my own mind, I was just doing, I can be the best, I can just bless people the best way I can. Apparently, the founder of Data Science Nigeria was noticing that somebody was helping people here and was doing it selflessly without anybody asking him to do. So he called me and said, Sean, we are building the first AI hub in Nigeria. And I'm telling you, I kid you not, this is how I got a job. It's like, we are building the first AI hub in Nigeria. Would you be willing to come and be our pioneer business manager and data scientist? That's how I joined. When I joined, it was a team of 6. And this is me that I was just minding my business, earning my small 30K, small on top of the consulting money that we're paying. And that's how I got the job in DSN. After a while, at DSN as well, worked for 2 years. When it looks as if we are about to jump on because we started getting funding, BMGF, AI Commons, all these people are beginning to pump money because we begin to show traction. And then I felt again my spirit, it's time to leave. And this is why I used to be like, I just listen. If people ask me, I don't know how, I just listen to the voice. And I try my best as possible to serve my God and the people the best way I can. And I left. No service, no anything. I was stranded. But again, one of the times when I was out of a job was one of the period that was the busiest. I started to help the people at the Bureau of IT for free. Again, doing the best I can do to help people with the little that I had. Right? And from there, for some reason, got this job. And the way I got it, there's no time because I want to wrap up now. It was also another listening again to the voice. Because write down the kind of job that you want. I wrote it down. So what I'm trying to tell you, and this is the moral of the whole lesson, and let me just stop it there because I need to wrap up now, is that all these skills are good, but you need to understand what your own journey is. And don't be too selfish and it's about me. Whatever level you are, you can help many other people. Focus on your own personal journey and being a blessing as much as you can at whatever level you are. and then you will never be stranded. That's the ultimate stuff. Is that those are the basic skills, the soft skills, and that's my own biggest soft skill, biggest strategy, biggest mindset that has really helped me to truly achieve some level of work class. We are still not there yet, but at least. But I hope that you've learned one or two things here. Thank you so much for hosting, and I apologize again for taking time. Thank you.
You can do better. You can do better. You can do better. I believe you would agree with me that all that we've been hearing today, they are more or less like a master class that we are just hearing for free. I mean, please, a round of applause for Coach Wale again and also Mr. Sheon. And please, just tap your neighbor, tell your neighbor, what are you listening to? Like, what are you listening to? What exactly are you listening to? Because at least from his story, we know that. And yeah, that voice that says, oh, do this and do that. And he was listening to a radio just on a normal day. So yes, it's not like you don't want to carry radio and listen to radio every day now, but you just want to also like be cautious of what you listen to. That is very, very important. Okay, so before we move to the next, just to lighten up the mood a bit, we'll be having a performance right now. And that would be from one of our sister, Perpetua. Is she around? Is she ready? Okay, while we wait for her, I took something from his conversation. Number one, he started telling us about his background of how he started, he went to Babcock. I don't know if there is anybody here that had already put a benchmark. Oh, he went to Babcock, he went to private university. That was why he achieved all this. If you are that person, you need to like erase that mentality that, oh, okay, started from Babcock. No, there are other several people who started from like, and regardless of the fact that he went to a private university, he still had to like, when he said he was at home, depressed, I was like, okay, what could have happened? Like, you know, now you think like after going to private university, job is secured and all of that, but you know, when life happens, it happens, right? Okay, so please, with a warm round of applause, let's bring on stage our guest artist.
Hallelujah, somebody. Hallelujah, somebody. Can you tell somebody beside you look beautiful? Guys look beautiful, actually. It's not only being. Okay, so we're going to be doing a little winding up, a sing along, kind of a karaoke something, just to get us a bit in the mood. So we'll be doing 2 songs together to be displayed while we sing along. Then the third one is my gift to us. So are we ready? Are we ready? The response is not given. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. Media. Okay, so we'll be doing Uncle Suru. Uncle Suru, I'm off to Surulere. We know the song, right? Okay. Please take it again, then. Sound. Sound.
Uncle Suru, I'm off to Surulere. They say if I need to.
From the top. Okay, so it's on, so we'll do it together. You can take your phones and record yourself. Video your mouth. Okay, let's go.
Uncle Zuru, I'm off to Zurulere. They say if I meet Two-Face, I'm gonna become a big star. Uncle Zuru, they say that I'm daydreaming. Musician life ain't no easy. I wanna become a big star. I'm tired of dreaming of where I want to be, of where I want to go.
I can't see you singing.
You talk, say you go help me. You say if I believe.
Yeah, you sing out.
I go make a more, I go make a more.
I am ready to take over. Are you sure?
Take over the world. Spread my wings and fly away.
One day, they gonna know my name.
Uncle Zuru, I'm off to Zurulere. They say if I meet Two-Face, I'm gonna become a big star. Uncle Zuru, they say that I'm daydreaming. Musician life, you know, easy. I wanna become a big star. Uncle Zuru,
Come on.
industry in my leg. You got to get the connection if you want to become a big star.
Okay.
Uncle Zuru, won't encourage you arrogantly, yo. Yo, I wanna become a big star. See, I am ready to take over the world. Run my wings and fly. They will know my name, they must hear my voice. Uncle Zuru, I'm off to Zurulere. They say if I meet Two-Face, I'm gonna become a big star. Uncle Zuru, they say that I'm daydreaming.
So we're going to do the singing part together without the sound.
I wanna become a big star.
No sound. I'm afraid I don't finish. Sound. Sound. Still got a long way to go. I know where yourself, you know, sin not true. Gotta do what you gotta do. So like now. Now when they sing after I don't chop mouth. Sound. Musician life, you know, easy. I will keep the faith alive. One day the world will realize. Sing along, where's he singing along? All over the world.
Uncle Zuru, pray for me.
I bet
I said it's time to my journey. Yeah. Uncle Zuru, I'm recording my CD.
Come on.
They say it's gonna be a big hit. I'm gonna become a big star.
If you know that you're going to become a big star, say yeah. Some people are saying it without faith. Say yeah. My voice is going to be heard. Una no shop come here today. My voice is going to be heard. Okay, next song. Una no give me the kind of energy we want. So this one, we go do one together. Are we ready? So, this is Johnny Drill's How Are You, My Friend? I'm sure we all know it. It's a very popular song. So, this is, we are here to network. I would have said we stand up and go round. Will it be rowdy? Okay. Talk to somebody beside you. You're doing it with somebody, so pick your partner. Man, woman, anyhow, do one. Pick a partner. Ask, Brother, pick a partner. Brother with the hand on the chain. Brother, no, they look back. Now you maybe they follow talk. Now you, yeah, you. So pick a partner. Okay, sound. Our sound people. Nobody said you that you can rise and do a dance to it, oh. So let's go.
Body no vex for me.
Come on.
Say I never call you since.
Okay now.
But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my caretaker. Every day I dey pray for you. Making my back God bless you. I never forget you. How I gon' forget you?
Let's go.
On my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Now me be your friend indeed. The money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far.
Hey.
I get now for me and
Let's
you.
go.
Yeah.
How are you, my friend? I'm very, very alright.
How do you do, my friend?
Come on.
I know sometimes it be like say
Nobody sent you, that's what I like. I did for you,
my friend. How are you, my friend?
Sing it, sing it, sing it.
Do, my friend.
I know sometimes it be like say nobody sent you, that's what I like. I did for you,
my friend.
So this is my first part.
Oremi atata, you always stay in my mind. Badi me gone. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, you know it's gonna be on sight.
Come on!
See my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Me be your friend indeed. I'm on the money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you.
Everybody, hands up!
How are you, my friend? I see you, my
Come on!
do you do, my friend? I see my sister. I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you. That's when I care for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you. That's when I care for you, my friend. I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you. That's when I care for you, my friend.
A round of applause for yourself, people. Okay, this is the last one, and my gift to us all. It's a song that we all know, so you can sing with me. Sound. Volume. I've been working my face into the sun. Weight on my shoulders, bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I came for my people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up. Think my people hear me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, I hear freedom calling me to end keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. Early in the morning, before the sun begins to shine, we're gonna start moving towards the separating line. I'm waiting for my words. You know I got a made up mind. Yeah. See, I don't mind if I lose and I'm Lord on my way to salvation. In a fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up, thank my people. I'm gonna stand up, thank my people with me. Together we are going to a new home. Far across the river, I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. I'm gonna keep on keeping on. Surrounds the pain might be hard to face 'cause I'm you, and I just might feel, but God knows I try. Please stars stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a new home. Far across the river, I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. I'm gonna keep on giving on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. I'm gonna keep on giving on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Oh, calling me to answer. I'm gonna keep on keeping on. Feel it in my bones. I got the vibration. Stand up, stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. I'm gonna keep on keeping on. So, this is a skill up program. It's a skill up. It's a tech stuff for. It is calling us to stand up and keep moving. They're taking us to somewhere. So this is my little gift to you. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that beautiful performance. At least I know that being able to sing is one of the things that will last forever. Because there would always be events where you sing at, if it is wedding, or you shall always sing. So the likes of Ishegu Johnson and the rest of them, they will keep cashing. And I think I'll just need to take lessons from her so that I can also have a side gig. Okay, so I remembered something. I wanted to say that earlier. When Mr. Sheung mentioned the jobs that would be in future in like 15 years. How many of us remember when we were in secondary school? I think we all did this. We did literary and debate here. Then you debate, doctor is better than a farmer, then wealth is better than health. So if we are to come to this generation now, so are we going to say tech is better than which job now? You know, then it was doctor versus farmer. So now it's going to be tech versus politicians. Yeah, I'm not saying that. No. I'm not going to say that. Tailor, oh, okay, fashion designing, okay. Okay, so right before we have Mr. Debo also deliver his presentation to us, we would have someone from Tech Zone Academy come tell us what are the courses that are being offered at Tech Zone and all other information that we need to know. So please, with a warm round of applause, let's make welcome John Kent from Tech Zone. Is the program manager. Let's keep clapping. Woo! Tech Zone to the world.
All right, thank you. All right, hi everyone. Give me that vibe now. Yeah, if tech is already the future, so give me the vibe of being a techie. All right, so in just a few minutes, I want to run down some of the courses we have and what you need to understand about the tech ecosystem. I have my bosses here, from Mr. Shola, Mr. Debo, everybody's here. So I'm just the young boy in tech, and this is my 11th year in tech. So I'm a small boy. So I'm a small boy in tech, you understand? So I will give an overview of what Tech Zone is all about and the courses. And so for somebody who might be asking, I am this, I'm that, what should I learn? I get that calls almost every day when people say, I don't know what to learn, I want to go into tech. People say tech is the new oil, right? So what should I learn? What is the next thing for me? So I'll run down what each of the courses is and when and what you can be a partaker of. So let's start with, most people hate coding, right? If you like coding, let me see your hand. You like coding? Jesus. If you like no code skill, like you don't want to code at all, you want to be designed, let me see your hand. Okay. So if you love to think, like you love to brainstorm, let me see your hand. All right. So whatever you are, there's a place for you in tech. Is that okay? I was talking to one of my friends who is a senior developer and at Kuda. When he was in school, he did biochemistry. But now he's a DevOps engineer. You ever know DevOps engineer? They earn more, but they don't work. All right, but let me just run down some of those things so that we can. So let me start with the no code skills. Product design. How many of you know product design here? UI, UX. Let me see your hand now. Oh, you're a UI designer. Let me see your hand. You used to design, you used to use Figma, Adobe. Okay. All right, so what UI, UX is all about is just, okay, let me give an illustration. So let's say this is a building here, right? Before this building was formed, there was an architectural work, right? Where you do the plan, all of those things. So for any website you see, for any mobile app you see, use CUDA, use any app you see, there's always a framework. That is what UI is all about. So most people think it's about drawing rectangles, put circle, put picture, put color. It's more than that. You understand? So don't think that, I don't want to write code, let me go and do UI UX. You'll be frustrated. You understand? So I'm currently the Friends of Figma advocate for Ogun State, so I know what design is all about. So in UI UX, one of the things you learn is you start with the UX part, where you do more of research work. You understand? You do much of analyzing. No, there's no way you're not analyzing UI UX. You do. Have you ever seen somebody send your WhatsApp stuff and said, help me fill this survey? Have you ever happened to you? Fill the survey in 2 to 5 minutes. They're doing analysis of what they want to build. So UI UX, one of the things you do is to design, analyze, do research, and give what the users want. So your major goal is to make sure that the users have what you have in stock. You understand? Then let's go to the second one, which is graphics and branding. Most of you think, I'm going to use Canva here. Canva for your designs. Everybody use Canva. But Canva is helping lives, but you cannot be a pro with Canva. Understand? So in graphics and branding, it's not about doing logo, doing social media design alone. It's more than that. Where we have your brand identity. For instance, I think it was last year or 2 years ago when when Nigeria was celebrating, is it 60 years that we did the logo, and they said the logo cost about something $1 million. Are you aware? Are you not aware? Please be aware, be informed. So the logo that they did for that 60 something logo was something $1 million. And what if I go on Canva, I will just draw 6 and draw 0 and I will finish it. But it was more than that. It takes how did you arrive at it, all of those things. So it's about the branding part. You get? So graphic design is more than just do Instagram page and all of those things. So let me now go back to the UI UX. So for instance, the average person in Nigeria that used to do product design probably earn between, some about tech is about years of experience. You understand? So at least the average person as an intern, you earn between 150 to 300. And when you are a big boy, like 3 to 5 years, you earn between, let's start with the KK now, 1.5K to 3K dollars. You understand? Even what you are doing. I know someone that does design alone and she earns like 5K dollars. You understand? So in everywhere you find yourself, there is money in it. So going to branding too, as I said, somebody did a logo and collected something millions of naira for just one logo. My first logo on Canva, maybe 6 years ago, I collected 20K using Canva templates. 20K then. I was a big boy. You understand? So let's move then. Then we have, what was it called now? Cybersecurity. My first tech career was networking and security. But I saw into the future then, maybe I missed it, that there will not be much of routing again, like clipping of all those things. So I switched career to another career then, but I made a mistake. So now the world of networking has gone beyond clipping of tools, doing this. It has gone into more defined structure, where we have cybersecurity and networking infused together. So as a cybersecurity expert, it is wide. You understand? Now, have you ever seen a platform and they will tell you for instance, if you go on Facebook, any platform, there's always a place that they will say, read terms and conditions, right? How many of you used to read the terms and conditions? Don't lie. You just install the app and that is all. You agree? You will soon agree. All right. So it's called data protection and data privacy. It's written by a cybersecurity expert. There's a part in cybersecurity that is all about that, where he talks about how to secure your platform. For instance, one of the companies I work with is about the fintech company. So before we can sign an agreement with a company, this will tell us we should provide our NDA, our PDA documents before they can, so that you know that, okay, their data is saved with us because they can sue you. You understand? So cybersecurity expert is more of, there are many fields in cybersecurity. Understand? From the networking part, where you clip network together, you do internet, all of those things, then to security itself, where you stop an attack, where you become a white hacker, a black hacker, a red hacker, all of those nonsense hackers. Understand? So it's wide. And at least an average person also earns in millions. Understand? But when you start from 150, 200, 300, 500K at least to put in your pocket. Understand? So then let's move to product management. So this is one area that is confusing in the tech space. People just feel that, so far I can manage 1 to 3 people, I'm a product manager. You will hear when. Yesterday I had a session on Twitter where we talked about design and developers palaver. And the irony of everything was centered on the product manager. Now when I was telling some of my friends as 6 years ago that I was a PM, the first thing they asked me was, what product do you have in the market? And I was like, I don't have a product to be a PM. But I was wrong. So as a PM, in these days now, most people have infused product management and projects together. You understand? So the basic skill you need to be a product manager is to have a leadership skill. So far you can lead this and this together to go and do this and they perform. You can start your learning process into being product manager. I'm still talking about the no code skills. We are not coding none of these things that I mentioned now. You understand? So for a PM, one of the major duties is to manage developers, manage designers, if possible, manage marketing teams to deliver, to make sure that the product in the market. And also, so one of your goals is to make sure that your product is in the market. For instance, now, I think there was a time whereby, I think was it UBA or Zenny Bank, that they were sending a test flight, a test, what was it called? Test account on live. Sorry, those terms are big. Okay, we'll get to DevOps, I'll talk about that. So as a PM, one of the major things is just to start a project and finish it and continue iterating. Right, for a prayer manager, what of the things you do is just to start, end, and stop. You understand? So, and the basic skill is that aside the leadership skill, you need to understand how coding works, how design works. So that you not say developer build this interface in 2 days and they will tell you it take them 3 months. Developers can lie. I will soon get to their own level, they can lie, you understand? So as a PM, you don't need to know how to code, but just understand how long it will take. Because your goal is to say, okay, I want to build this feature. With this feature, it will take how many days? You create a sprint, you create a timeline, a time frame. So by the time you tell your users that, okay, we want to launch another version, your developer will not fuck you up. You understand? Have you ever seen a product or a platform that tells you they want to launch a new feature and they will keep extending their dates? You've seen it before, have you? Developers that cause it. And the testers. They are not serious. You understand? So that is another part. And at least in a sane company, let me use that word, in a sane company, they pay the PM more than the developers because they manage them. But in an unsane company, they pay developers more than the PM. You understand? So at least if you are good as a PM, as we have pro managers, we have associate PMs, we have senior devs and group PMs and VPs. So the salary range is from at least 300 to maybe 8K or 10K dollars, at least. You understand? And what I'm saying is that all of this is about your years of experience. The more you are in the tech space, the more you learn. You understand? Then let's go to product marketing. So people see product marketing and digital marketing are the same, but they are different. Understand? How many of you are digital marketers there? Everybody should be. You post online, Abby. You post on IG. You post on TikTok. Hey, you are a digital marketer now. If I see how many views, the last video you posted, how many views did you have? 160? 460K. 416. Okay. So now you could probably have made 12K views if you have used the right hashtags or right content, right? So everybody by default, so far in this era of tech, we are digital marketers. But for a product marketer, one of the things you do is that you are focused on a particular niche. You get. So let's say Get Friend Africa now. You might get a job now. I'm trying to promote them. So they want to launch maybe a product from them. As a pro marketer, one of the things you do is you do the SEO. You know what they call SEO? Search engine what? Optimization, where you rank on Google. You do your Google My Business. You put the goal is just that once I go online and search for something that they are doing, it should pop up. Understand? So under it, you have the social media, you have all of those things there. But in Nigeria company, they want you to do everything. You do content, you do email marketing, you do everything. So what we'll teach you in Tech Zone is that we'll at least give you a glimpse of everything, then focus your attention on one or two of it. You understand? So when you get to a company A and they ask you about email marketing, you know, say you don't know email marketing. You understand my point now? So we'll go through everything, then you focus on your particular niche. Understand? Then another one I will talk about is QA testing. Software testing. I'm going to talk about software testing here. Software testing. I think that thing is scarce in Ogun State. People don't see the need for a software tester. But without a software tester, you have bugs. I'm going there now. So at least one of the average people that I know as a software tester, they earn between 800 to 1.2. You don't know them. because you think their work is not tangible. Now let me tell you the flow. So as a developer, when I used to want to go to development part, as a developer, once you write code on your local host, how can we do this thing now? I don't want to complicate matters. So one of the goals of a software tester is that they test the features. Okay, if I press this button, what should it do? So before you start using the feature and say send money, buy this, they would have tested it to show that it is working well. So if it's not working well, they will now send developer, go and do this, go and fix this thing, it's not working. So they are the people that will ascertain that this thing is good to go live. So if you don't test the product well, so any issue that happens, they understand. Even they understand the product more than the product manager. Because they test the in and out of the products. Is that okay? So even if you become a software tester, so there is automation testing now whereby you write a little bit of code, but it's not much of code. You just have to be a good thinker. Understand? Is that okay? Then I'll talk about two, then I think I will come back to talk about the rest. Or maybe I'll talk about everything now. But you can ask questions, please. We have a course called data analytics. Everybody, how many of you know data analytics here? You want to become a data analytics, let me see your hand. Everybody's going to that course now. I don't know why. Because everybody keeps telling me there's no code in data analytics. But you will see shaggy. Okay. So in data analytics, yeah, though the first part of it, you might not write code. But once you start going in depth and you start going into Python, Python will bite you. You understand? So at least I have my guy here with a data analyst. So for data analyst, is one of the, because we are going to the area of AI now, right? Use ChatGPT, right? So they, what's it called? They store those data and all of those things. So one of the things that data analytics does is that you use Excel, you use Power BI, you use Tableau, you use MySQL. When you start starting from MySQL and Python, you start writing codes. So if you don't want to write code, you might not go there. Or you want to become an average data analyst, you can just stop at Excel, Tableau, and Power BI. So those ones are very soft. You just visualize, they give you a data set, you analyze it, it becomes pictorial, and you love it, right? It's very sweet. She's really not ordinary. It's very sweet. And they pay them well. I have a friend of mine, she started at Tech Journey, I think 3 years ago. And currently now she was working with MTN, and she's earning 1.6 or 1.7. Minus data. No, MTN will give you data. Minus airtime. Minus HMO. And just started 3 years ago. Now we cannot even reach her now. She's not a big girl. She's already. And what does she know? She only knows Excel, Power BI, Tableau, and a little bit of SQL. So whatever thing you do, even like, what's it called? So as a data analyst, people are looking for you now. I have friends who are in the UK and everything, and they keep sending an assignment to almost every week. I mean, they used to get assignments. And the assignments will be on data analytics. So you can be in Nigeria and not Jackpa and still be any more than them by doing the assignment for them. Sure, you know. So data analytics is one of the courses we'll be doing too at Tech Zone Academy, and people are looking for them now. Before, people don't look for them because people look for data entry guys. People just enter, they give you paper. Okay, they went for a conference like this, they now give them a paper to go and type inside the computer. That's what they used to do there. But now it has gone beyond that. It's now a skill and a profession. Is that okay? So, have you digested those ones before we now go to the one that will give you a headache? Okay. So let's go. Let me start with data science. These are the courses we will be doing, but we are pausing it for now to start with data analytics. That's where you go into your AI, machine learning, deep learning, all of those learning that will give you nightmares. Understand? So, but that one will be something we'll start in our next cohort. Understand? But for this current cohort, we want to focus on analytics. You understand? So then, I think because of time, I want Mr. Debo to come up. I will come up again to talk about the front end, the back end, all those end-end, mobile app, DevOps, what again? Cloud computing, and content creation. So let me talk about content creation before I leave. So content creation is part of product marketing, but because of the way it is going now, we have to separate it. You understand? Because now all your Lai Wasabi, all your way again, Taoma, they are content creators, right? And they even have money more than some of your politicians because of what they do on social media, right? So we are separating content creation out of digital marketing for the sake of people that want to focus on skits, want to focus on content, focus on audience relation. You understand? Promote brands, use your videos, use CapCut. You know, so after this program, you can go on and you'll see how we've done reels, you've seen all of those things. Yeah, all of those things are into content creation, where you know the angle to pick and all of those things. So it's something we have separated out of product marketing, so it's standing alone. Understand? So you're not sitting, you just talk about it in product marketing class, but it will be something that we'll do as a course on its own. Understand? So before you finish that course, you will start earning in K2, because you become an influencer, become a brand influencer through that. Is that okay? So because of time, I would leave us with this part of no code. Then when we come back, we'll talk about the front end, the back end, the DevOps, the cloud computing, and all of those things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you. For those that still, once he comes up again, he's going to give us more detail about the other courses that we are offering. So, and also, just don't worry, sit back, relax. There's refreshments will be served soon. And please, let me tap your neighbor. Are you ready for the next thing coming to eat you? Are you ready? Are you ready? Jima soon. Don't sleep, wake up. Don't worry, we'll leave it very soon. We have just, once Mr. Debo is done, then just a few more minutes, I think. Okay, now, so with a warm round of applause, it is an honor to have in the house with us Mr. Debo Omololu. So there'll be a video of him playing now, and we'll have him come up on stage.
I think that's a bit better. Hi, everyone. I think before, the first thing I always say whenever I'm in gatherings like this, if you can all hear me, the first thing I always say is, has anybody told you they love you today? If no one has told you that they love you today, let it come from me today that I love you. Thank you. I say this because we all need love, right? And not just, and when I say love, agape love, before some people turn into something else. But really, I do. And when you hear my story and the stories of people like Coach Wale, and P-Sam is going to come on, and Mr. Hamzat as well, one thing that you would see in everything that they're doing is that there's a lot of things that they do because of love. So once again, I love you all. Let me express my love to the Tech Zone Academy for actually bringing me here. I had planned to spend the Easter outside of Abeokuta, but I came back because I thought that, you know, let me not overemphasize this love thing, but, but basically, I don't have any slides, so it's probably okay that the screen is not working now and all that. I'm just going to tell you a few stories. And from the stories, I would hope that you would learn several things that would be useful even for you. But before I do that, again, special thanks, Tech Zone Academy. You guys are doing wonderfully well. Thank you to the entire team. And we're really grateful that this is taking place in Abeokuta. So awesome, and thank you so much. So let me even start. I'll just ask maybe two people, why are you here? And so if you don't mind, first of all, can I get anyone to answer that question? Why are you here? Anyone? Or I can just point out people. Sir, I love your bones, man. Those look so cool. Why are you here? Yes. No one else has glasses as cool as you are. Awesome. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. And let's see, the lady in green. Yeah. It's you. Why are you here? Thank you. Thank you. And behind her. You're also in green, so yes. Expand your mind. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for both of them. So let me even tell you a little bit why I'm in Abeokuta. So I moved to Abeokuta 2.5 years ago. I can't even believe that it's been that long already. And I moved to Abeokuta from Shanghai. Does anyone know where Shanghai is? China, yes. When I moved to China, before I moved to China, I had lived in London, I had lived in Belgium, I'd lived in San Jose in the US. I'd lived in Port Harcourt. I'd lived in Lagos. And then I decided to move to Shanghai because of some opportunity that came up. And my plan was to spend 2 years in Shanghai. 2 years. That was my plan. Does anyone know how long I spent? Guess. Take it easy now. I spent 7 years in Shanghai, China, and it was very unlike anything else or anywhere else I had lived. Just to provide context, when I would leave Shanghai, and maybe I'll go to the US, maybe I'll go to New York, I'll go to Seattle or something, I'll be walking around in the US, I'm like, these people are so backward. That's how far in the future Shanghai is. And so I'll go to the US and be like, these people are so backward. But now I have to, borrow myself brain. But well, you be Niger. Forget story. Don't be comparing China and the US in your head. You are from Abeokuta. You are from Nigeria. Now, even though with all of this, God started telling me that it was time to move back to Nigeria. And not only would I move back to Nigeria, I'll move to Abeokuta. And I had to say, sorry, error. Baba God, was it really you? Let me even say it in Yoruba. Just kind of like to really check what has anything got to do with this? I say this because in Shanghai, I worked with an American company in China. I reported directly to the CEO. I was one of only 2 black executives in the whole of 1.2 billion people in China. My purview covered 142 countries. So every month, I'll visit at least 2 countries. Every month, at least 2. And truth be told, I enjoyed myself. And I was enjoying what I was doing. And then when God said, it's time to go to Nigeria, and not just Nigeria, not even to Lagos or where I even have a place, Abeokuta. By the way, I'm not from Abeokuta. I'm not from Ogun State. So why Abeokuta? And I was wondering why. And so, to explain, in the company that I worked in, then this American company, my role was to raise money for all the projects that this company was doing. It was a software company. Note, I'm not a software person. I'm a finance person. I am a chartered accountant or scattered accountant, as the case may be. I've been scattered or chartered for the last 20 years. Sorry, don't mind me. Forget the genes and we're what am I again? Gen X. So those that are almost 50, like me, we're Gen X. So I think Gen Z is like up to like 45 or something like that. I can't remember again. I think they said Gen Z is if you were born in 1982. Abi? See, I forgot it. Forgive me, I'm an old man. But anyways, the thing is, it's required literally someone in midlife, in their mid-40s, to say, answering the call of God and saying, you want to go back somewhere and all that. As I said, chartered accountant, my background is in finance. The software company that I worked in, my major role was to raise money for that company's projects. And that company was involved in big projects. So for example, in India, we're able to help raise $500 million from the IFC in order to help an Indian telco to grow and scale. In Nigeria, I did work that raised money for MTN. In Pakistan, I did something for different companies. So basically, I worked in a software company, but my background was really more business development. My official title was strategy director. And so what I was doing was, in fact, a little bit like program or product development, coordinating all the resources in that software company. Typically, I had 350 engineers that reported to me. Now, coordinating all these engineers in order to get specific products and in order to get things done. So almost like a product manager, so to say. But, as I said, I had the call, come back to Niger, and I had to really, really ask. It took like a year for me to make this decision. Eventually, for certain reasons, and maybe in future, I'll share some of this, I came back to Nigeria. As I landed at the airport, I took, a car drove me straight to Abeokuta. I did not have a house, I did not have anything. I checked into a hotel. I was in a hotel for 3 months, just before I eventually found a place to actually say, okay, this is my house and all that. And lo and behold, it's been 2.5 years already. Within that 2.5 years, what has happened? I've ended up forming and getting a company. So originally we used to be called Get Funded Africa, because the first software solution that we built helped to match startups with investors. And so we're sitting in Abeokuta, and we helped, I think about over the last 3.5 years or so, because I had started before I came back home. We've helped companies in about 400 companies in about 34 African countries to raise about $400 million or something like that. I think the number keeps on increasing because our software solution still remains there. However, one thing that we found was that there was a lack of skills. So all these companies that we have raised money for, Flutterwave, Kuda, the ones in South Africa, the one GoFundMe, I mean, all of them, there were just issues with skills. And so we then built a solution called DIMP to help with skills development, program development, skills training, etc. And in doing that, building up that digital side of things, we then started training people and then working with people that were training Love the message from Kibo. Love what Tech Zone Academy is doing. By the way, Tech Zone, where's Dolapo? Tech Zone Academy, please, let's have a deal. GFA Technologies, right? Nice. GFA Technologies, we'll take 50 of your people and employ them when they graduate, right? This year, 2020, what are we in? 2024, we plan to hire 650 people. We already have around like 134 currently. So we're planning to get to like 650 thereabouts before the end of the year. And you know what's happening? All of this is happening under your noses. Right here, where? In our village of... Is there a job or is there no job? The people that are working for us, typically, as I said, we're sitting here in Abeokuta. We're currently serving 34 countries. We're expanding that to 50 countries before the end of this year. My point is this. You want to enter into the tech skills or the tech zone. There are many programs that are available today. Tech Zone is offering you the ability to have one-on-one handheld opportunities to develop your skills. Even in GFA currently, for those who cannot afford it, we even have free programs across 84 certifications in partnership with Microsoft, Google, Meta, and a few others for free as well. So it's not just that, oh, I can't afford it. There are even people who are willing to support you and even help you offer these programs for free. The only thing holding you back is who? Not me or you. The only thing holding you back is yourself. The only thing holding you back is you. I stand before you just more like a testament as to why it's important to just listen to God. In your skills, you need to understand yourself. And you also need to understand your own path. Whenever you buy maybe like an electronic equipment and there's a problem, the first thing that you do is you open up the owner's manual. In our case, when we have things that we want to do and goals that we want to achieve, the thing to do is to talk to who? Our owner, our creator. Talk to Baba God, right? So I think that I'm telling you these stories and telling you that there is no skill that you cannot master. I use myself, a financial accountant who is now leading a software company. I don't have coding experience. However, if me and my CTO are arguing, my chief technology officer, if we're arguing, even the coders, they generally just slide to the side. Because I may not be able to code, but I understand what that code is supposed to do. So if it does not do those things, or if something is missing, I can tell almost immediately. In fact, I've learned to be tester, developer, all of those non-coding functions, right? And even now, I'm getting better and better at even spotting errors in some of the codes that are being written, just by virtue of working with many developers over time. So I said, and I promised you, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. The reason you are here is for you to expand your mind, as you said, develop your skills, as you said, create opportunities. We are living in very, very unique times. Let me end by a comparison between China and even Nigeria in terms of where we are. China is regarded as the manufacturer to the world. Very, very likely, there's something that you have with you or on you that is made in China. Whether it is a watch or glasses or bags or shoes, something, it's made in China, right? Even the things that you think are made in America, you'll be surprised, many of them are made in China. So the thing is this, China is the manufacturer to the world. The reality is that, and I think I like what Mr. Hamzat said, that Africa's time is here. 40%, actually, of the world's global workforce by 2050 will be African. 40%. So what it means is that out of all of those numbers, will all these 40% of Africans move to Europe or move to America for the various jobs? No. We're all going to be sitting here in Maiduguri, in Abeokuta, in Kafanchan, wherever, and working remotely whilst serving the global workforce. Again, it means that the opportunity for you to live, or expand your horizons, work with various teams, you don't have to, what you're looking for in Sokoto is in your Shokoto. Really, there you go. So at the end of the day, it is now up to you. Learn the skills that will give you that opportunity. Let me use a biblical reference, to stand before kings. And with those skills, it gives you the opportunity to travel the world, if that's what you desire, opportunity to network and meet with very smart people, and the opportunity to do whatever it is that God has put you down on earth for. I'll close once again by saying thank you for listening to me and that I love you very much. Thank you, everyone.
You can do better. You can do better. Are we not just blessed to have these amazing speakers with us today? It has been such a blessing. It has been a blessing. So sweet, right? Okay, so don't forget, if you haven't taken your selfie, take a selfie with someone sitting next to you. Hashtag TechZone Academy. Hashtag Skill Up Conference. Okay, so we are rounding off soon. Don't worry, we'll leave here very, very soon. So right now we'll be having our last speaker for the day, which is no other person than, who needs no introduction? Pastor Samson Odegbami. Let's clap, let's clap.
Thank you very much. Maybe you think that the shout we produce giveaway. It will not. But thank you very much. Can you please put your hands together? Mr. Shewamzat and also Mr. Debo. It's a sacrifice for them to be here. And I'm really happy that we're having this kind of thing here in Abeokuta, and I want to appreciate TechZone Academy, and I think we need more and more of this. So let me just use that to just get into my own presentation. I have just 4 slides, and I'll just run through them. Is that okay? So first thing, the first slide I just want to show, I don't know if they have this slide, is just talking about, I was almost changing it there because that's when you come to this when you listen to people like this, you make adjustments. I was trying to talk about being positioned for the future, but until I heard Mr. Sheon say, cancel the future. It's now, and I really, that's really amazing because truthfully, the future is now. The future has been redefined. Gone were those when we talk about long term to mean 5 years time, 10 years time. Now, long term, 6 months is long term. Hope you know. 6 months is really long term because things are changing so fast. So you are not even sure what will happen in the next 6 months because of the rate at which things are changing. So they said that in the automotive industry, that has also happened. Before now, in the 1980s, it takes a company about 5 years to produce a new model of a car after one is released. So if, for example, Toyota now releases a car, they'll go and sit down and enjoy the product, the innovation for the next 5 to 7 years before they will produce the next car. And they were all having a good time until when some young guys who were underdogs, they were not known before, they came together and they formed a company called Hyundai, or we call it Hyundai, whatever it is. Hyundai. So Hyundai. So these guys came up with pretty new boys, no name boys, and they came up with ideas and started bringing out cars. At first, you know what happens to most times is underdogs that disrupt industries. The reason is because the Goliaths underestimate the David and say that who is it, what is it doing? So the other car manufacturers like thinking, what are they doing? But this guy said, you know what, we are going to be producing new model cars every 2 years. So it's like Toyota, or let's say all this guy telling that, oh, it's not possible, it takes 7 years to come with a new. This guy did it in 2 years. So once they released, let's say, another Sonata, in 2 years' time, the next new version, and they came with very sleek design. You know, those cars are very fine in design, right? But no, there's this mentality in Nigeria that if it's not Toyota, that is not strong, it's not, does not have second-hand value. May you not be in the position where you will not buy things until you consider the second-hand value in Jesus' name. Because there are people that buy things, they don't care about the second-hand value. Because normally second, you give it away. Trust God that one day you will give away. You will not say, let me sell it to add money to it. There are levels, right? Because people say, no, you better buy iPhone. iPhone, you want to sell it, the value is up. If you go and buy Samsung, must you always sell before you buy that one? Anyway, that's not where I'm going. So let me stay on my session. So this guy started it, and before you know it, people were buying from them, and Toyota and the rest of them had to say, wow. And they all had to adjust. And when they said that they could not produce new model in 7 years, they also started, they had to catch up with them. And today, do you know that today, even Toyota, when they are releasing their 2023 vehicle, there's only 2025, 2026, yes or no? That's how things change. So even in the automobile industry, long term is no longer 5 years, it's not even the next 2-3 months. That's how things are changing so fast. And I believe that the future we are talking about now is for underdogs, right? You and I, we have the opportunity, because like what I think it was Sean that was saying it, knowledge has been democratized, innovation has been democratized. That means that anybody can sit in their room and come up with a solution as long as it works and solves a problem. Nobody cares where it's coming from. I remember I was speaking to final year student in Funab about some 6-7 years ago, when one of the students there told me that she was working newly for a new company and they were a savings platform. Really, I didn't take her seriously because I said new savings platform. I'm like, who will leave? So I'll leave GT Bank to come and usually carry my money away. Abi. He said it's like digitizing your normal colo. You know, this is your colo. And I didn't take it important. They just started then. She was begging me to subscribe because at that time their software downloads was not up to 1,000 yet, or maybe up to no significant milestone. It was years later I now realized that the company she was begging me to download was actually Piggyvest. He said, wow. God bless you. Wow. I still say the wow to today. Wow. And I cry. I wish when she was saying it, I'd take a step further to say, okay, can I be a part of it? But I felt it can't become anything. Look at what Piggyvest is today. If there's anybody that's giving people, banks, the bank MD's nightmare is all these things. And what happens is that government is not meant to promote innovation. What they don't understand, they attack and try to regulate it, right? So, but innovation is very hard to regulate in a world of technology where in my room, I've downloaded the app. Which police will come and catch me in my room? Can you be running after about, millions of us that are downloading? Because technology is spiritual. You can't see it with your eyes. You can't stop it. There's nothing you can do about it. Yes or no? That's deep, right? So, so if we want to really think, we have to start thinking about these things. So that means that, thank God for the people that are saying, and I don't want anybody here today. You can tomorrow get an idea in your room, flesh it up, and if you can get it out, you can in the next 2 years you can become the next big thing. Yes or no? That's the power that we are in. That's why you can't write anybody off. And don't say like what Mr. Debo said, oh, I don't have the ability. You can start something. It's about the future. So the next slide I have is showing about the past or future. Ask yourself, what I know today, or what I'm doing today, is it actually positioned for the past or for the future? Because I was watching, I don't got to hear when I was watching Coach Wale talking about the Blackberries and the Nokias. And we know we can laugh at them. But some of us, we are actually becoming like that every day. Because what you are knowing is changing every day. Yes or no? Yeah. What we thought, when we were in school, like what Toko was saying, we thought that those that will make it to people that read medicine. Now we have realized, with TikTok now, nobody wants to read medicine again. Because an average TikToker has a lot of money than a medical doctor. So, I'm also an advocate of STEM courses like Mr. Sheon. But while we are advocating it, when there is no money in it, it's hard to tell these people to do it, right? But we have to understand that things are changing so fast. So the question is, like I always look what Bishop Oyedepo said, where you are today is not good for tomorrow. That quote always rings in my head. Where you are today is only good for today. It may not be good for tomorrow. And I want to be relevant till tomorrow. Because if you're going to grow till you are 80, how old are you now? Look at the number of years I see ahead of you. So if you are 30 now, you're going to be 80 by God's grace. You have 50 years. Are you not afraid? With the way things are going, what's going to happen in 50 years? Maybe because I've started seeing flying cars, maybe men will be flying too. You don't even know. So it's a future that makes you afraid, but yet you have to ask yourself, how do I ensure I'm not afraid of the future? The only way we will not be afraid of the future is the quote that Stevie Covey said. I'd like you to give me that quote. Stevie Covey said this, and that's why you have to learn to read a lot and read these guys. There's a quote by Stevie Covey that I have on my slides. Let me just read it from here. And Stevie Covey is one of my favorite authors. He said, your economic security does not lie in your job, because the job you are doing today can become obsolete tomorrow. Yes or no? Anything can happen. So he said, it lies in your power to produce, to think, to learn, to create, to adapt. That's true financial independence. It's not having wealth, it's having the power to produce wealth. And this comes by just solving problems. Right? So it's not about the job. So you can't be saying, oh, it's not for me now. Don't worry, I have a job. Or my mom, my dad is the PS, permanent. You know, in those days, you're a big boy, your dad is a permanent secretary. Now, don't go and say it outside. Even the permanent secretary is not happy for himself. How much is a permanent secretary salary? A permanent secretary salary is not what some people make in 1 week. Ed, when Mr. Kent was talking about 10K dollars, I want to say Ed saw the naira because it was not carrying the effect. Just 10K dollars is how much? At 1,200 naira. That's about 12 million naira. So when 12 million naira, say, yeah, in 1 month. So you can imagine. So even the permanent secretary doesn't want to be permanent again now. You know what I'm saying? So forget all of those things. Wealth has changed. So there's no permanent, there's only permanent poverty or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So you have to keep learning. So you have ability to solve problems, and you have to keep moving with the times, right? So our economic security does not lie, and it does not lie in our prayers. This is where I have problem with people. I have problem with Christians and Muslims alike, wherever you are, that you think that prayer will make you have money. Let's go. I don't want to be tempted. And let's go on. Because this Nigerian church of today, okay. Nobody's as poor as Christians. Okay. Or religious people. People are moving things. All this, I can move things. You are not moving anything. You have not moved anything. Mr. Debo said, almost everything you have on you today is produced in China. China can buy us. We must not go against them. They will colonize us again. You realize that even your pastor is talking to you, the microphone is using is China. We can't produce anything. Let's not be lying to ourselves. Let's come down from our high horse. Hey, okay. So we need to really, that's why I'm really happy about this. And thank God for what Mr. Debo is doing, leaving China to come and do this. This is what we need to do to make the difference. But you can hear all of them. What their religion helped them do is that it gave them direction. Live here, do this, but it not teach them the skills. Is that okay? So you need, that's what the Spirit makes you. It gives you that inner voice on your inside, your inner compass. You say, okay, next thing. So he said we should solve problems. Now, this is where the problem now is. The next picture I'll show is, this is the problem. You have to solve complex problems because we're in a complex world. Is that okay? You have to solve. Everybody today in Nigeria, everybody is doing one thing. Either you have a business. You know, in Nigeria, the reason why we don't go global is because our entrepreneurship is not inspired by an idea. It's inspired by the fear by the aftermath of not having a job. Yes or no? 8 out of every entrepreneur, they are not inspired entrepreneur. They are forceful, necessitated entrepreneur. Entrepreneur by condition. You know, they say that necessity is the mother of. So most of you are entrepreneurs by necessity. What shall man do when there are no jobs? That's the problem. And any entrepreneurship that is born out of you did not get a job, hardly will you have a bigger vision. Because it was not a problem that led you to it. It's like, what else? How can I make money? So most of our entrepreneurship, we don't solve complex problems. That's where the problem is. Mark Jensen, the NVIDIA guy, I've listened to him a lot. For example, I said, do you know NVIDIA? I'm sure you don't know. Fantastic. Fantastic. Where do you start from now? Now, it's like you were in a bus before. They told you to come down. They now took you to a luxurious bus. And they told you that this bus, this is the driver of the bus, that you need to know the name of the bus and everything about the bus because it's the one that will determine where you are going. So that's like, if you don't know NVIDIA, it's like you have entered the bus. The driver of that bus is NVIDIA and his company. And you have no idea who the boss is. So what do I mean is that now we're talking about artificial intelligence, right? The AI is changing the world. Those that are making it possible are these guys. NVIDIA, Jensen, the Sam Waltman. You need to know these guys because they are the ones driving where everybody's going to now. So in the video I was talking about the fact that the company has become, is now the most, I think, most valuable company now, about $2 trillion now. What do they do? Before now in school, you were taught central processing unit that powers your computers, right? CPU, right? Now, we now call GPUs, graphics processing units. It's like a supercomputer, call it accelerated computing. So it has more power, raised to power 10,000 of CPU. That's what they use to produce AI chips, AI and all of those things. Is that okay? So it's no longer CPU again now, it's now GPUs, supercomputers. So this company produces the chips that they use in this supercomputer that makes artificial intelligence, machine learning, all of those things possible. Is that okay? So the guy said that, they asked him, he said, one thing he has learned now, he said, don't solve easy problems, solve hard problems. For you to solve hard problems, you must have hard skills. Is that okay? The average young person today, you know what the problem is? Like what Mr. Debo said, they have jobs and there are opportunities, but there are no skills that people have to fill it. So the average, and I don't want to disrespect anybody, if I take a poll here, say how many entrepreneurs are here? How many entrepreneurs are here? Both here and online. Now, hope you know that I love you like Mr. Debo, I love you. I'm not trying to talk down anybody. Please, do you have that deal? Do you have the deal that I love you, right? In case this one touch you where it is not okay. I don't mean to. So if I ask most of you there, what are you doing? Is that you are a makeup artist, fashion designer, hairstylist? And why it's hard for me is because a lot of people I know them, so and I know what they do, so they'll think I'm talking to them. So I'm not going to look at anywhere. So you are either an hairstylist, a makeup artist, a fashion designer. You guys are getting too many. It's not hard. I'm telling you, it's not a hard thing to do. Is that okay? So he's saying that solve complex problems. Okay, I'm in business. I'm in business. Once you are in a business that that the barrier to entry is low, don't be happy. You're not in business, you're in business. There is no future. I'm telling you the truth. Once you are in an industry that anybody can wake up today, any Tom, Dick, and I can wake up and start it, don't come and give testimony that you have a business. Very soon you'll be out of business because it's going to be saturated, yes or no? The people that are the billionaires today, what they are doing, you cannot open you. Let God give you idea. You have to, you can't start it. Okay, Dangote, can you start cement factory today? Can you start? Can you say, Dangote is an unbeliever? I will show him that there is a God in me. I have an idea. I will start my own cement factory. Can you start it tomorrow? Can you start it? How many people are into cement production? Maybe about just 3 companies. Dangote, Lafarge, Boa. For a country of about 200 million people. I mean, construction, if you know how many cement is like oxygen. People are buying cement every second, microseconds. Is that okay? Because construction is going on every second. So 200 million people, let's say everybody buys 1 bag of cement on your behalf. Because the house you stay in, your landlord bought that cement to buy. So you had bought on your behalf. That's why you're paying rent to him. You are paying for what he bought on your behalf. So let's say 200 million bags of cement are produced, let's even say in a year. Just 3 companies share that market share. You don't need to pray. Once you have God give you the grace and you are producing cement, without praying, you know you're going to end the year with billions, yes or no? And you know that no matter what Mr. Debo does, even though he's anointed, he can't start tomorrow. He doesn't have the capital to start the cement business. 3 of us will share it, yes or no? Barrier to entry is very high. That's why their wealth is protected. Another billionaire, Makadenuga, telecoms. Can you start and say, I want to compete with MTN? The Lord just spoke to me. Can you have a telecommunications company? No, the barrier to entry is what? Extremely high. Now, those ones are barrier to entry based on capital. That's how it is too. If you are doing what anybody can wake up, that's why you ask, Pastor, I'm frustrated. No devil is doing you. What you are doing, anybody, every day, people are starting makeup artistry. Every seconds, every hour. The population is not increasing at the rate at which makeup artists are joining. Because don't forget that not all of us, some of us will preach against it. So some people, religion does not allow them to do makeup. So even your market size is shrinking. And with economic recession, people cut out makeup. And like what Mr. Debo said, say you are beautiful the way you are. So you're like, okay, I don't even need makeup. I'm beautiful the way I am. So it's a threatening industry. You cannot build your life on that. So it's funny, but it's the truth, right? The barrier to entry is so easy. Yes or no? The industries I play in, because I know this, I ensure that I only play industries that the barrier to entry is very high. For example, I'm in real estate. You cannot stand up tomorrow and say you want to start your real estate company. there's every chances that you start it as a developer, particularly, you can't start it where a lot of people have crashed. Because to get a property, maybe I say to start a development company now, for example, I say you need about, say, minimum 50 million. Can you get that 50 million tomorrow morning? You cannot. So there's a barrier to entry. So I know that in this town, all of us are developers, we know ourselves. We are no more than 4 or 5. So we're like alpha. So we check each other. Everything can go around. We'll be fat. We'll still be okay. When things can go around, you'll not be fighting. You'll be complementary teams. It's when things cannot go around that you begin to say, you're going to do, I'll do jazz. Which kind of jazz is that? How much will the jazz give you? Is that okay? So I'm saying that the barrier to entry, Miss Oriyomi is here today now, and I'm so happy to see her. Can you imagine for her to come here, a big woman like that, in case you don't know, she owns Bloomseed School. I think that should be the best school. For me, my wife will say I'm always biased. Yes, for me, because she's my friend. So Bloomseed, I always tell people, go to Bloomseed. So you can say, okay, I can start school. Not the kind of Bloomseed school. Not the school in your room. That one is jealousy. That's not school. There is school and there is school, there's after school. That's a proper school. It's in housing Ibarra. And she told me how, she had years of effort and investment. You cannot just wake up and say, I want to compete with her. Do you know how much they sell a plot of land inside the Barra housing estate? He said, no, Pastor, don't worry. Me, I'll put my own at Gaja Itoro. Continue. People like me, fantastic. Go there. People like me will never be there with you. Those ones, they will bring their child on credit. Imagine, knowledge on credit. Later they say the child fail. Why didn't fail? When you knowledge on credit. But at school, you can't go on credit. It's not possible. You have to respect yourself. Why are you laughing? Is it funny? I'm not funny now. I'm just talking normally, right? Okay, anyway, so you have to learn complex problem. Learn to solve complex what? On a serious note, my wife got someone, a client of ours that is in the US, because my wife also used to do marketing and sales, right? So she got a client in the US who bought something from her and said, I just like you. And I said, okay, I have a job for you, a remote job. She told my wife that 500K per month, we're trying to check in dollar in naira, 500K per month. She thought my wife would jump on it, but obviously she's bigger than that. So we're like, and also it's a remote work. She can't do that again. So we started looking for who can we give that opportunity. And she gave us the job. Do you know that as much as I had a lot of people around me, it was hard to find someone that could fit into that. And if I can't get someone that fits in that easily, and for people that are not Christians, I pastor a church, so there are a lot of young people. When the name comes up, she doesn't have it because the skills were detailed. It's not as if pastor can do it by faith. No, it's not by faith. Later, we now remember one of our sisters in this church. So we told her, she did interview. She just told me last week that she had started a job. This person had actually gotten a job earlier that made her relocate to Lagos. That's why what the boss said. It's not about location now. She relocated to Lagos. She was happy she got the job. The salary we're going to pay her, by the time we look at her salary, what will be left cannot take her home. Her take home cannot take her home. But this job she got now, she had to now resign. They didn't even give her accommodation. This one that she got now is remote. She had to come back to Abeokuta because she had not left her accommodation and she's going to earn about 500K. There was a sister in our church too. I met her. I was like, I'm very inquisitive. When I see people that dance a lot during praise, I'm like, Kilon do. What's Kilon do? No, what is making you dance like this? So this guy, she used to dance a lot. So one day I had to ask her, please, what do you do? She said she works for, and then she works for Binance, a remote work. And she told me that she told me the dollars when I came about 600K. Say about job. Now I know the way you always jump as you want to break screen. Now I know. You know what I'm saying? Very small girl like that. From that day, I respect people. And that's why you have to respect. Don't say because all of us are in Abeokuta now, we all don't have job. It's you. Somebody. Thank God, the kind of church I pastor, I see a lot of them, and it makes me excited. So I'm saying that now, like this, opportunities have been democratized. Once you can do something complex, what is looking for? You know why? Nigeria, we are more competitive price-wise because that 500K that woman is paying, she cannot get anybody in the US to do for 500K because that's too cheap. That's below the average minimum compensation for labor. So if there's anything Nigeria is supposed to be big on now, our competitive advantage should be manpower, should be talent. We should be competing. You know, the way China is manufacturing, we should live for everything. We say our biggest competitive advantage is talent. Because our citizens, Nigerians, are smart. It's a gift. Naturally, you don't know. It's because you're in Nigeria that you look as if you are dull. You are not dull. If you travel to UK today, even though you are top class, you become a first class student. It's not your fault. Nigerian people blood they hot. That's why. You see what I'm saying? It's not you are white, you are brilliant, globally speaking, but locally, you might not show. But globally, seriously. Because people are so smart in this country. That's why when I'm preaching, you see somebody say, they know too much, So solve complex problems by acquiring complex skills. Funny enough, these skills are not complex, but it's not what the average person will do. So it already places you above of the crowd. Is that okay? So that's what I'm saying to you. As I was sitting there, I just remembered that I wanted to do business analysis about 2 years ago. I told myself there and there, I'm going to go and pick it up again. Ask me, say, do I need it? No, I don't need it like this. But it's just good for my head to know a lot. I just want this head to be, I want to be a resource center. That when I pick to speak, you're like, wow, you mean this man is a, just what I'm saying. So all of us here, don't say, you must learn a skill, that can solve complex problems. And that would have told us product manager, content creator, software tester. I'm telling you, these are things you don't hear. What you hear is skill acquisition, you hear soap making, deodorant making, otapia making. Even rats are tired of that. They've developed immunity against your otapia. Come on now, please. The world has left that. You can't just be learning soap making. Now, no, with all your degree. No. You have to be better, right? Okay, lastly, the last 2 slides. I don't know why you guys are just laughing, and I'm not trying to make you laugh, but I don't know why you're just laughing. So this just showed it. Do something hard, right? Do something hard. Really, it's not hard, but do something that every other person will not do. Because if it was easy, everybody could have done it, right? And in case you think, say, don't worry, I'll be a TikToker. Not every for every one TikToker that blows, there are 99,000 that will never blow. And you can't control it. And if you want to blow for sure, what will make you blow, you can't do it. If you can do it, you'll not be here. And you're not dressed decently like this. You almost go naked online. You will disgrace your family to go big on TikTok. And I'm sure that's not for you, right? So do what is predictable. Is that okay? Now they are banning TikTok in US. Who knows if they'll ban it in Nigeria in the next 10 years or 2 years? So content creation based on a platform cannot be your strategy for the future. Because 5 years ago, there was no TikTok. So it's a rat race you cannot win. But a developer will be a developer, a product manager will be a product manager. You know what I'm saying? Those things will be there because they are the underlying skills. Selling skills will be there, digital will be there, marketing will be there, no matter what you do about it. So do what is hard, which is what Tech Zone Academy is offering you. And lastly, ask yourself, am I positioned for opportunities that are ahead? The last slide I have, I don't know if I gave it to them, was that opportunities are ahead. So great opportunities are ahead. It's an interesting future. Because like what Mr. Debo was talking about millennials. Millennials are people born between, I'm a millennial, about 1981 to 1996. Those are millennials. The Gen Zs are 1996, I think they say there's Gen X, Gen Alpha. Is it X or Alpha now? Is it Alpha? I'm a millennial. When I checked from what you said, you're not a baby boomer is 1920 something. You are X, generation X. People born from 1970. Once you're in your 40s, like 40 to 50, you are a senior citizen already. So you are Gen X. We are millennia. Then we now have the baby boomers. Those are the retirees, the permanent secretaries, the retirees. Then we now have the silent generation. Silent one. Those ones, they are your grandmas. We can't find them. So that's what it means. So that means that if you are a millennial like I am, because I'm not yet 40, so you are a millennial. So there's hope. There's a lot of things ahead. Mr. Wale also is a millennial like I am, but just that we might be at the late end of the spectrum, but at least we are still there, no matter what you think about it. So we are still there. So there's still a lot of opportunities. So there are opportunities ahead. What I'm trying to say is that the power is currently now with the baby boomers and the Generation X. They are the power brokers. The baby boomers are our president, for example. They are in that category. They are the ones that have the resources now, but they are going. So they're going to pass him the baton. So they have built a lot. Now, opportunity to now flow to people that are positioned within the generation X, millennia, that can position. You get what I'm saying? They've built it, but they now need people. So in the next 10 years, there'll be two things. Voices will fade. There'll be a fading of voices. People that are powerful today, they will be good. They are already at the departure lounge. Give them the next 15 years, they are going off. But what they have built is permanent, it cannot go. So it has to transfer to some people. And those are people that position themselves right. That's why I said there are opportunities where ahead. But the question is, there can be opportunities ahead of you, but you might not have what it takes to take it. So once again, if somebody is looking for, they've built a multinational company or whatever, they built something, they need someone that can manage a lot of people, leadership skills and all those skills. And the opportunity is looking at you in the face, and all you've learned so far so good is soap making. There's nothing that can connect you. And no disrespect to anybody, please. But I'm not trying, can we speak the truth to ourselves? What can that give you? So you have to now start positioning yourself for the global conversations. Because somebody is going to be in your community, your uncle is going to be in the US, working for United Nations, is in a climate change organization. They are looking for a program manager that can just manage people in Nigeria for advocacy. And it's looking at, I have a distant cousin. He now calls you and say, do you have this? You say, what have you said? What have you been learning? Say, sir, I just finished learning Otapia. You are even contaminating the environment. You know what I'm saying? You just say, I'm sorry. And it goes to give it to somebody he does not know. Let me tell you, next of kin does not talk about blood. It's about who is able. It's about who is able. I can tell you that. There are people that are able to bless you, but you are not positioned to be blessed. They get a stranger that they have no blood ties with, and they bless the person. Because you don't give inheritance to the firstborn. You give it to the first able. Whoever is able is who you give it to. Hope you are blessed. Thank you so much.
I think you can do better. What a way to cap it all up. No. What a way to cap it all up. I'm so sure for those that are writing, your jotter should be full by now. Like, okay, and for those that have it on their notepads. So now, all that you've taken out of this meeting, will you share it with anybody? Or you just keep it to yourself? You share with somebody, right? Okay, so let them know of all that you have heard today. Bless somebody, okay? Okay.
Just to balance, because that's when I said I'm beginning to think I've done evil. So in case you are currently doing any of those things that I said is not complex, don't give up. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. Oh God. I'm serious. I'm sure Tech Zone should have a course, or I think I'm going to do this. Now, I'm just saying it now. You add it to Tech Zone course, or perhaps I'll get Mr. Debo or Mr. Wale to maybe now talk about how to take your business to a big level, right? Because my heart, I'm feeling like in your shoes. If I came here and I was doing soap making, I would leave here depressed. And I will not be happy for you to be depressed. I didn't come here to depress you. But unfortunately, knowledge has depressed you. So I have to give you a solution. But sincerely, whatever you are doing right now, maybe for Tech Zone, people, when they do the class, the final course, will do a scaling up. Or maybe we'll do a free class. I'm thinking of us doing something, for people that are into business, no matter the business. And let's see how you can scale it up. Because actually, there's nothing you cannot package to become global, actually. Right? There are people that are exporting black soap to the UK, and they are doing it so big. You understand what I'm saying? People are exporting food to, So I'm just trying to say in my heart, don't go and leave it. It's fine. You can learn one skill alongside, but we'll do a course to let you see how you can scale that thing up. So the only way you are safe is when you become so big. Even with what you are doing is easily replicable. You have to become big fast. Do you get what I'm saying? So from my heart, I want you to see that I don't mean it, right? You are my guys. You are my G. Like Mr. Debo, I love you too.
Okay, so whatever you are doing. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I just want to add this. It's very weird that you said this, and thank you. The European, I'm doing a 4-country tour next month, and they've invited me to come and train the Swedish, Italians, the British on how to run businesses. We should do our own locally here. So please, just agree with you.
Excuse me, sir. Shay, you don't need like somebody that. No, I'm so sure. I'm sure he has a PA, so means I don't want to collect another person's job. So I'm just trying to play safe, you know. Assistant PA, assistant PA. Okay, so that's great. That's great. Okay, I'm so sure most of us have questions, and you've been wondering when can you ask your questions and all of that. Don't worry, we would attend to everybody. We have some questions that has been dropped online, so we'll treat that, and we'll also have people. We'll also have you ask your questions. So right about now, we are moving into the panel session, and to moderate the panel session is my friend and colleague. Oh, okay. So before the panel session, so just for us to relax a bit, I'm so sure we all have gotten our Coke, right? Okay, some are still getting. Who hasn't gotten? Don't lie, you. Who are you? Who hasn't gotten? Okay, I can say that we are still passing the Coke. So at least our sugar level should be high by now. Now that we are having Coke, Fanta, our sugar level should be high. So we should have energy for what we are about to do. Okay, so right now we'll be going into the games just for a few minutes, just lighten the mood, and you know, if you've been having a great time, please can I see a testifier? Okay, so I'm so sure you've been enjoying yourself, because I have been. The speakers back to back, the figures that I have been hearing. God, my ear will not just hear. My heart will touch in Jesus' name. I don't know about you, but me, I'm already doing my own prayer. All these figures I'm hearing, my hands will touch, of course, being diligent to the work that I do. Okay, so we're playing games, and to anchor the game session is John Kenneth. John Kent, are you? Okay, so let me just come down and just ask while we get into the game. So I'm just going to pass the mic across, and you just tell us what you have learned so far. Like, what is that key thing you've taken from any of the speakers? Excuse me, sir. Let me pass the mic to the lady behind you. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Favor Kori, and I've learned a lot. One of the things that stood out for me is that I should position myself for global conversation, and I should have someone in the room speaking for me, make room for authenticity and collaboration, and also look forward to strategies. Don't just streamline to just having skills. Be so good that you cannot be ignored in that skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like that. She's well detailed. Okay, I'm going to give, okay, let me go this way. Is this somebody's Coke? Yes, ma'am. Whose Coke is it? Okay. Okay, so let me go this way. So, sir, tell us, what's your take home? What are you taking home? What have you learned so far in this meeting? From any of the speakers, though.
All right, so for the 4 stages of tech, right, you need to, like, there's the 4 C's, and you need to know the position where you are, right? So we have the core, we have the core aspect, the content aspect, the communication aspect, and the company aspect, right? And for you to become a world class, you need the soft skill, the right mindset, and also the correct strategy to use, to implement for you to become world class.
Please, a round of applause for him. This really shows, okay, my audience, I'm going to rate you over 10. I'm going to give you 9.5 over 10, because please just give yourself a round of applause. You've been amazing. You've been attentive. You've been cooperative. Everything all together. And yes, just like Mr. Debola said, I love you. So this is me also telling you I love you. Nobody loves me back. Wow. Like, no. Now so you be now. I be. Wow, nice one. You guys did well, don't worry. I take my love back. It's only God that can love me unconditionally. Okay, now, so we are going into the games right now. Enjoy.
Okay, thank you, Tokpe. All right, so just before the last session, 21 people already. I've never talked about the game, already joining the game. All right, so 2 things. It's just like 10 to 17 questions. And I believe if you have been to tech events, you know how to play the game. Just join, go to quiz.com, join with this code. You can put your name. So we have a scholarship opportunity for the person that will win this game. So if you are interested in tech, please join. You can scan the code and you have a scholarship to get yourself into any of your choice courses. Clap for Tech Zone now. It's not easy. Courses that you learn for 1.5 million naira, I want to give you for free. It's not easy. All right, so I will give maybe 5 more people to join, then we'll kickstart. If you are still joining, please join fast. 40. I want to get scholarship. Okay. So don't forget, as Mr. Hamzat said, one of the things that is a challenge in the tech space is talent. And one of the things we are trying to bridge at Tech Zone is to bring more talent to the tech space. You understand? So one of the factors that affect an ecosystem to thrive is talent, and the other one is startups. So, and talent are the people that makes up a startup. You understand? So for us to have a vibrant ecosystem in Ogun State and abroad, we need talent. So people are still joining. Why? Don't join. 100, I will stop. We don't have time. If you are still joining, let me see your hand. Nobody, thank God. So we can. Okay. Joshua, you can start. Wait, sorry, you can still join. Is the sound on? All right, so follow the questions and answer them on your phone. See the question here and answer them. This sound, can we have the sound? I think you use the jackpot. If you miss that, no, we started with the simple ones though. Okay, next question.
Freak Wasp joined.
So the person leading is your papa.
Mama
All right.
Pig joined.
Which Nigerian tech event connects startups with investors and mentors?
Mama Student joined.
So let's see if you understand the tech spheres in Nigeria.
Mr. Street Retail joined.
Tech Point build.
I mean, just let's see who is leading.
Bishop joined.
You don't come down, oh. Clever man, don't join.
House Steam joined.
This
How
way, I know
many
you
tech
cannot know
hubs
it,
were
but if you know
estimated
it,
to be
I have
in
a prize for
Nigeria
you.
in
Bouncy
2019?
Ice joined.
So just scroll. It's a range game, so just scroll to either 1, either 2, either 10.
Clever Rabbit joined.
$55.
That's the
60
answer.
joined.
So let's see who is leading. Foolish cow. So you could have changed your name when
Which
you were
of these are
registering.
Nigerian fintech companies? Select all that are fintech companies. Select all that apply. Flutter Wave, Paga, Paystack.
Flutter Wave, Paga, Paystack.
Loose. Okay.
Order these Nigerian tech companies by their founding year,
starting with the earliest.
It's a simple thing now. I love that sound.
1. Interswitch, 2. Andela, 3. Paystack, 4. Flutter Wave.
4. Flutter Wave.
And some of you thought it was Paystack before Flutter Wave. Hey, yeah, sorry. It happens that way. Lady IQ is.
Which Nigerian tech company was acquired by Stripe in 2020?
If you don't know this one, I will send you.
Paystack.
You missed it. You should follow tech points. Clever rabbit.
Which Nigerian tech company focuses on software development and Andela?
We are getting there. These are the simple ones. These are the simple ones. Let's get to the other ones. It's very simple now. These are very simple. So we are going. This looks no one grill.
Who said, it's no longer the future of works but the now of work?
If you miss it, Quere.
Soon Hamzat.
Soon Hamzat.
Which of these is a no-code skill?
Which of these is a no-code skill?
We've talked about it today.
Product design.
It's very soft though. We're getting there.
Dr. Ice joined.
Hey.
What is the Instagram handle of TechZone Academy?
There's our followers.
Official TechZone Academy.
So go and follow, go and follow, go and follow. Hey, yeah.
What is the biggest tech challenge?
What is the biggest tech challenge?
And I've said today again, no.
Tech talents.
Very soft, Abby. Okay. Son of Dodo.
How many courses does Tech Zone Academy offer?
Oh yeah. Start counting.
12. 12.
Son of Dodo, I want to see you.
Which company owns this startup?
Aha. I can see your face, oh.
Flutter Wave. Flutter Wave.
Hey. Hey, yeah.
House police
Who
joined.
founded this company? Who founded this company? Marquesian. Marquesian.
HNG students, you know this.
Is this edutech startup in Ogun State?
Is this edutech startup in Ogun State?
Yes.
Yes.
Two more questions. You don't do dance.
House
Hey,
police
yeah.
joined.
Ebony's getting there.
The first name of this company is?
The first name of this company.
Gen Z, get out. Gen Z's, get out.
Econet.
Femi, where?
Final question. Double points. Double
What do you use this for?
What do you use this for?
Communication.
Communication.
Okay, so let's see the winner. And we will have our scholarship.
Third place. D. Third
Okay, let us have you. Where are you?
Second place. Son of Dodo. And the winner is Femi Winner.
So Femi winner, where are you? Please come up. Clap for him, for easy. Let's verify. Let's see your phone. We must verify. Where's your name? Okay, it's the one. All right. So congratulations. And are you part two? Okay, she's the third. Should we give 3 people scholarship or 1? Okay, so the second and the third will give you discounts, while the first you have a scholarship. So congratulations. All right, so please meet with the committee manager and she would. Thank you so much. And if there's still time, we will play the last game. But if there's no time, we will end there. So now to the panel session.
Okay, so I have a question. When we said we wanted to play a game, don't lie. Which game came to you? Did you ever think it was going to something like this? Don't lie. You. How? Prove it to me. Okay. Who said no? Don't lie. You. Like you were not expecting it. Like you were not expecting it. For real now, like you were not expecting it was this kind of game. I love you. Thank you for being honest, Jari. Thank you. So that means because you had been in a tech program before. Okay, you did good. You did great. Now everybody's forming techie now, Abby. Tech bro and Texas. Tech bro and Texas. Okay, now so we are moving on to the panel session and your questions. If you have questions, if you have questions, just questions, not even observations or contribution. Okay, so while you prepare your questions, get everything together in your mind. If you would like to ask or if you'd like to have it written down, anonymous, no problem. Get your questions together. So we'll have the last stage of the course sales speech by John. John, is he still around? So he's just going to take us through the remaining courses that Tech Zone Academy is offering. Just like the way he did earlier, the first time, he's going to just give us the breakdown of the rest of the courses. Okay, John is here. Please a round of applause for John again. Let's clap for John again. Let's clap for John now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me again. So a barcode and a link will be displayed right here, so you can scan or click on the link to register. We're not collecting acceptance fee, your application fee is free to register. So as I was saying, I will talk about maybe 3 or 4 or 5 more courses and we'll go from there. So now we'll talk about front-end development. Where should we start from? So you write codes, actually. Anything from this, and this, you write code. You understand? So front end is any website you see. You understand? Is the front end. Your WhatsApp as the front end interface. Anything about the interface is the front end part. You understand? So, and your role is to write the front end, then the back end guys gives the API to consume. So let's say you have a car now. You see a car, SUV, the car is very fine. That's the front end. But the engine, the battery, all of those things inside at the back end. Is that okay? So front end, at least every person, every company needs a developer. So where we start a developer, what's it called? Firm. So every company needs a front end developer to write their interface. You understand? So why the back end are people that write this the authentication. When you try to log in and tell you user not found or password incorrect, all of those things used to get at the work of the backend guys. They give you that error because it's not found in database. Is that okay? So, and the idea is that you must have an experience in coding to an extent before you go into backend because you'll be frustrated. You understand? Because it's not something you're actually seeing. The only thing you can see is to test on Postman. That's the best you can do. So it's not something you can interact with unlike the front end. You understand? So once you start and you have no prior experience at all in computer or anything, you might be frustrated, but it's something you can go for. You understand? So in most developed companies, they used to employ both together. They call them full stack developers. So if you know both front end and back end, you are what? A full stack. So because the issue is that most developers will tell you that I'm waiting for the back end guy to give me API. And they will delay work. You understand? So as a newbie, you can start with the front end, then go to back end. It's not advisable to start with the back end and go to the front end. You can, but it's not advisable. You understand? That's about front and back end, and they are one of the most high-paid guys in the tech space. Go to the mobile app too. It's very easy. It's just like front end. So this back end guy can work as both as can work for mobile and for web. You understand? So mobile app alone is just the interface, your mobile app. You understand? All those things you see, your Facebook, all of those things are mobile app stuff. But what makes it work is still the back end guy. Without the back end guy, it will not work. So back end shovel both for the mobile and for the web. Is that okay? And back end get more paid than these two because they shovel as both. What again? So then we have the DevOps guys, as I was saying. So it's something we had to kick out because of the demand. So people don't understand about cloud computing or DevOps yet. So what those guys do basically is to work on the server, create servers, create pipelines. So more like you have a test environment, staging environment, live environment. So they create those environments for deployment sake. So anything about deployment, you hear that, okay, we are going live tomorrow. People that manage to do this deployment are the DevOps guys. You understand? Or your server is down. You are trying to go to it and say the server is down. You don't meet the developers, you meet the DevOps guys to restart the server, all of those things, you understand? So they get paid so well. I have a friend, when he was working, okay, he got two offers. The first offer, they were paying him $3K. Second offer, they were paying him 1.9. No, DevOps guys is like, they only come alive when there's server issue or when they're trying to create pipelines. When those things are not there, they are sleeping and they are enjoying their salaries. Understand? So they don't do much work, but when there's work, they work as if they will never work again. You understand? So if you are, and it doesn't require much coding. Of a truth, my DevOps guys don't write code. They don't write code. So so what they do is just to create the pipelines, create the environments, and all of those, and write scripts. So what they write is scripting language. Understand? More like a script to just to search for something. All of those things. That's what they do. Sometimes they even ask the developer to come and help them with the right code to use. Understand? And they get paid so well. You understand? So if you want to enroll in all of those courses from front end, back end, mobile app, software testing, product marketing, cybersecurity, all of those things, they are available at TechZone Academy. And we are working with industry standard curriculum. And we're also going to be doing internship. So the whole idea is that you learn, then you work. So when you are done at TechZone, you are not going as a newbie or entry level. We are going as a junior developer or as a junior something in your field because you have done work with real life solutions. Understand? So once you do your training, the remaining 2 months will be for real life projects. So we would organize you as if you're in an office space where the PM would give a project you will work with. So the developers will work on the project that the PM has given them. The PM will manage developers as though he's managing a real live company. So by the time you are done from TechZone, your next application is that I've worked at this company and you are going to this next company. So you're not going to be paid as an entry-level person, you'll be paid as a junior or even possible intermediate level. And our goal is to make sure that we have enough talent for the next revolution that is happening in Africa. You understand? So, I don't know, can you link be, so just go to techzone.academy, you will see the courses there, you see a brochure, and you can register. Is that okay? Any question for me before we go to the panel session? Or you can see me at the back. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, John. So right about now, with no further ado, let's just dive into the panel session. So can we have our guests, our speakers, please join us on stage. Please, let's give them a warm round of applause while they join us on stage. So now you can ask your questions, anything that has been bothering you, anything that you've always wanted answers to, most especially all that was discussed today, you can. Let's make welcome our moderator for this session is Sheyi. Please, a round of applause for Sheyi. He will be handing over this session.
Thank you, Amy. Good evening, everyone. And I believe we've been having a wonderful time. We've heard from a lot of wonderful minds. They've given us a lot of talks and encouragement, and I believe it's time to also like pick it from their brains also to know more about what we've been discussing. And so some people have actually submitted questions online, and so we'll be taking their questions. And if you have any other questions, maybe we might just pass it and we might get to answer like 1 or 2 questions just before we leave. So welcome once again. Thank you very much. We enjoyed the whole session that you guys had, and we'll be asking you a few questions now. The very first question that I have here is, how can one build a community offline around a shared interest or hobby? And I think I want Mr. Shion to answer this. He's the community builder, you know. All right, so Mr. Shion, the second question is, how can one build a community offline around a shared interest or hobby?
Great question. I don't know if I can tell you that I've mastered it, but I've had several attempts at it. I think the first thing is always to sit down and think about the value proposition. Like, what will people gain if they join? And so if you're creating a community, even if it's online or offline, one thing you need to really think about is that what would they gain if they join? And I feel like a lot of people don't think deeply about that first before launching. So for me, it's always, if it's a learning community, what is it that we are learning? How do I make their learning easier? So you need to think beyond just the normal peripheral thing about, oh, I'm just connecting. Even if it's connection, there's a way you can structure it in such a way that it actually gives them a whole lot of platform for them to meet anybody they want to meet. So for me, it's always thinking, the way to do is just think deeply about the value proposition and then build it up from there. If the value proposition is strong enough, people will come, whatever, will come irrespective of this stuff, and you have to be consistent with it. So whatever you're promising them, make sure you come good on it. Because the moment you stop coming good on it, people will descend and start leaving. So the idea is figure out what it is that you want to offer people. So for example, when we started Data Science at Abeokuta, the idea basically was that we will come every Friday to learn. So we had this learning track, and we just stuck to it. And before we knew it, the room we're using just started getting filled up. Same thing again with DSNAI Plus clubs that was in Abeokuta as well, and same thing with Ogun Tech community as well. It's like we know that at least the value proposition at the time was that a lot of people are doing awesome stuff here, but they are just in silos. So the idea basically was to bring a lot of people together. So number one, we created a platform. Number two, we started sharing, like if things are happening, like for example, GFA is here doing great things. People don't know. So like those kind of things are things that we offer as value proposition. Then people just gravitate towards it. As long as you are offering something that is of value, people would gravitate towards it.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Shiel. So I believe we got that. He said value proposition, then make sure you give the results, and then you be consistent about it. I hope we got those 3 facts correctly. Now, I'll be directing this question to Coach Wale. So since he was one that talked about psychology and all that. So I'll ask him, the question is this: how can one effectively engage and retain members in an online community? How can one effectively engage? Because why I'm directing this question to you, because there was a training you did recently, and you were like, you use your WhatsApp very well. So that is like an online community. So I feel you are in the best position to answer this question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll say content first. Content. If you want to engage people online and you want to retain them, people are actually on your platform because you are giving them something that they can use. Content, that's the first thing. Very, very important. And the content must be more than profit. I believe that we sell products, but we give content. If you ask me, what's the difference between content and product? Possibly, product is what carries the money. But when it comes to the quality of what you give, is the same. In fact, let me share this practical one. Some people use my content and charge with it. So for example, I work with schools, and by the grace of God, I have I have thousands of them that I manage, all of them on WhatsApp. And I do free program, free training. And you see someone who will take that same training with my voice notes, with my typing, and he will target 3K on another platform. So, and the way this thing works is that, people are connected. So by the time they get to that platform, say, is this not Coach Wale's voice that I'm hearing? Then someone will contact me to tell me. So that tells you about the quality of your content. That because it's content, because it doesn't have money, that doesn't mean you should give them a watery delivery. That's very important. So, for example, you have not millennials now, but of course you can have millennials. You can have PSAM on your platform. But let me assume that you have. I'm trying to look for a target audience. So you have these people, and then you are putting content there to help them. The content will come from your understanding of those people, their interests. What are their what are the problems that they are going through? What are the things on their mind? Don't forget what I said during my presentation. People are loyal to preferences. So it's very important that you think about these people and let that guide the content that you are going to give to them. Once that content is there, and then you give it. I sometimes do things on my platform and people say, are you sure this thing is free? Then I tell them it's free. The only thing is that it's not free. Someone said, if a product is free, then you are the product. So it's very, very important that you ride on content. I think you must master content. That's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Coach Wale. Now, the reason why that question is very important for us as techies is because, you need to put yourself out there. You need to, in as much as you're trying to get into a community and you're trying to access opportunities, let's say, if for those of us that are already in the professional field and you're trying to get more jobs, you need to give out good content so that you can be visible and people can see you, so that employers and recruiters can see you. When you give out good content, it's very important. So now I'll be directing my question to P-Sam. P-Sam, this question is for you, and it says, what role does mentorship play in career development within the tech industry, and how can professionals find meaningful mentorship opportunities?
I think mentorship is a general principle for every industry. And I think Mr. Shehu added to this slides where he said that you stand on the shoulders of giants. So it's as simple as that. Mentors open doors for you. They help you to see further, and they guide you into the right path, most of the time. So I think mentorship is great for every industry, not just the tech industry. Then for you to now have within the tech industry is about identifying where you want to go to, what are you trying to do in the future, who do you want to become like. Then you look at people that are already doing it. It's as simple as that. So for example, if you want to, probably are building something, you want to get into the funding space, and you have heard what Mr. Debo had said, I'm sure while he was speaking, it will have inspired you. So you know that, okay, I want to know more. Some of us, like we have said, you are going to maybe build an ecosystem. You may not be a core technical person. So you want to say, okay, I want to connect with him. But how to connect with him is the major issue. So for example, what the average person would do after this program is to approach you and say, Mr. Debo, well done, sir. I love your session. I was so blessed. Can I have your number? I'm sure he would not be comfortable giving out his number to a stranger, because I see a stranger to him, he's meeting you for the first time. He might want to, some people are very blunt, tell you, no, you can't have my number. He might want to maybe give you, I'm sure he has a lot of number, one number that will ring for 2 weeks before he picks the all of that. So that is not the best way to do that. Building this event has already helped you already. I think the best way is to go and follow him up, follow GFA Africa, look at the things they do, look for opportunities to serve them or to connect with them. So beyond today, check online, where is their office, do they have a program? While we're there, we're just showing me a program they're trying to do for Ogun State. Find what he's trying to achieve. So if, for example, he has a program next, then you must be number one volunteer for that program. Volunteer along that line. As you give that value, you have left the crowd of people that are trying to collect number for free. So based on that, that's how it begins. I think Mr. Sheung said it in his own session, how he volunteered for a program. And so I think it's as simple as volunteering, service. Then if he has a program that is paid for, this is how I do it. I prefer paid program to free programs. So if I'm trying to connect, for example, I've had someone I wanted to connect with. His programs in Nigeria were free. I didn't go for. It was the one decided to do in Dubai that was paid for that I went for. I know that, one, people that can afford to go to Dubai will not be plenty. There, once people cross the border, both the mentor and the protege, everybody's guard comes down. Yeah. So when we got there, number two, I know that he can't say after his session, he's running anywhere. He's not going anywhere. It's the hotel he's going to. So I tried to find out the hotel he was going to be lodging. I could not afford the particular hotel. You have to know your level, so I don't go and become, like, I don't go and put myself in problem. But I found an hotel that is the closest one I could afford to that. So after the session, I was able to walk him down to and that's how we connected until today, when we have that relationship. So you must be able to also sow, as in sacrifice your resources to connect with people if truly they matter to you. Some people don't just snap picture. If it's picture you want to snap, after this program you snap picture. You say, today I was at Mr. Debo. We are working in Shanghai together. No problem. That is fine. You get the likes. Your friends, some of your friends become depressed. But yeah, they beat make care, and you go and light yourself. If that's what you want, beautiful. But if you want a value, you want to create a connection that will serve you forever or serve you for a long time, you don't get value. I think you have to find a way to connect with them, volunteer for them, add value, look for ways to be a part of what they are doing, because they are very busy. Nobody has time to mentor you, actually. In fact, you're going to learn more by observing their moves. After a while of following them like that, an opportunity will come for you to, they will notice you. Is that okay? I think that's one of the best ways to connect.
Thank you very much. So just like you said, be intentional and be ready to serve. That reminds me, Mr. Debo, I've already followed you on LinkedIn, so please follow me back. Thank you very much. All right, and that Pisa also said, and he has said just what I wanted to say, and it's going to lead me to the next question for Mr. Debo. We are techies here, and some of us might have the interest of actually developing a startup in the future because, yes, as techies, we're ambitious. We want to collaborate with people, collaborate with other people, other professionals, and we might have the idea of building a solution. So now, my question is this. I desire to have a startup, but how do I access funding for capital? I know they say if I have the idea first, the funding will come later. But how do I access this capital when that time comes? Mr. Debo, thank you very much.
I'm trying to answer that question in a way that makes sense, because the answer is not just do this, do this, do this. The reality is that running a startup is hard. So don't let anyone deceive you. Running a startup is hard work. Very, very hard. So the question that you asked is, how do I get funding? Now, again, as I said, I'm trying to answer it in a way that makes sense. For context, right now, for African startups, the combination of what they call the FDIs, DFIs, the Development Financial Institutions, have set aside $8 billion for investment in startups. The problem is there are not enough companies that are investor ready. There's $8 billion sitting looking for a home. There are not enough startups that are investor ready. The companies that are going to provide finance don't know you, very likely. And so what would happen would be that if, for example, you say you need $1 million, they're not going to give you $1 million at once. They will give you, for example, 50,000, then 200,000, then 500,000. Eventually, maybe over a period of time, you would have hit the $1 million. But what you do with the $50,000 matters a lot. So if you take the $50,000 and then say, yes, I have arrived, right? What really happens is that that idea, what you're doing, literally dies off gradually. I mentioned we've been involved in fundraising for about 400 companies across Africa, over $400 million. Some of those companies have died. Some of you would have heard of Gene 54, right? We helped Gene 54. We help Paystar. We help PiggyVest. I mean, that's why a lot of the African founders are very familiar with them. And so some of those companies have died despite the amount that they have raised. So it's not just that I want to get finance, I want to get financing. Yes, it's very key for you to do that. However, what is it that your business is doing? What are you solving? How can you show traction? So I'll give an example because it's sort of like a startup. We took over the Ogun State Tech Hub from the Ogun State government last year, I believe. We spent our own money, probably around like 100 million or so, renovating the internal places, the outside, a lot of stuff that we did there. We used our own money. Fast forward recently, after seeing what we have done inside, some of these DFIs are now like, oh, we want to pump money into this thing. Why? Because they've seen the traction of what has happened. If we had left it the way it was before, right, nothing will move. And it's the same thing with your idea. If you say, I want to get a startup, but you keep saying, I want to, nobody is going to invest in that. It is when you're able to show, this is what I want to do, this is the traction that I have achieved, even with my own finance, right? Then you then start getting interest. I think P. Sam said it earlier on. Somebody in PiggyVest, Savings Bao. And then over time, that company kept on moving and showing traction. We know the company now and what it is. So it's important that if you want to raise finance for a startup, go Nike. Just do it. Start. And with the start that you have, you now begin to attract people. I always say the standard way to raise finance, the very first round is going to be your, they call it family and friends round. So it means that people that know you, usually your family, your friends, they would invest in what you are doing. If your family and friends don't have enough, they don't have 50,000 naira to drop into your company, you need to begin to expand your network. Okay? Begin to attend conferences. Because those friends that you have, that all of you combined don't have 50,000, there's a problem. So your first round is going to be family and friends, because that then gets you out of the gate. In the next round, maybe that's when you then have high net worth individuals or people that maybe are in that field. In GFA, we have not raised money. Okay, well, we have, sort of. We have not raised money. We've been using our own internally generated funds. But one of the reasons that we're able to do so has been that we are able to partner or stand on the shoulders of large organizations. Our biggest customer is Microsoft. And we work with Microsoft in about 17 countries right now. Our second biggest customer is a bank. And now, well, for now, at least, our second biggest customer is a Nigerian bank. And our third biggest is a foundation based in the UAE. So we haven't had to raise money. Why? Because we've used our own profitability as our own fundraising. So we're under the radar, almost nobody. We don't talk, we don't make noise. It's on purpose, it's intentional. But I'm just saying, you have to know what your own strategy is in order to fundraise. Use family and friends, use your internally generated revenue, use your own savings. I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Shaw, this question is for you. But I'll be asking like two questions in one. First, the question is this: what are some basic steps to take when starting a career in the tech industry? Then, joined with this, you talked about current trends. So we have some current trends that are shaping the tech industry, such as AI, cybersecurity, blockchain. Now, how can they be utilized to build something worthwhile? So that's two questions in one for you. First is, what are some of the basic steps to take when starting a career in the tech industry, and the current trends like AI, cybersecurity, and blockchain, how can they be utilized to build something worthwhile?
Yeah, great question, Bor. So I think when you're starting a career in tech, it's some of the things that I had mentioned already. Is number one, get a great place to learn. Tech Zone Academy is a great place to start. And build. I cannot emphasize more. Like whatever you're learning. So number one, how you recognize a great course is there has to be something at the end of that stuff that you are actually building. If there is not something, if there's nothing that you are building, just run away. That's a terrible course for you. So the idea should be that apart from even the capstone project, you look for something that you can just build. As long as you're not, it goes for any of the skills, including data science, data analytics, build dashboards. There are a lot of data. If you go to Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, a lot of data. Just build something. Even if it is something on Nollywood, get the data and build, and just post it online. And so for me, if you're trying to build a career in tech, as you're gathering the skills, try building. And it's in that process that you would learn, number one, you would learn more than you would have normally learned by just taking a course. But as what you would be doing as well again is making yourself visible for employers. If you go for an interview, and I keep telling people this, some of my colleagues have gone the route of certifications. I have never been a big fan of certification. It's like, for example, if you want to say, for example, let's say I apply for a role of a product manager, and then a friend who has, by the way, I'm going to guess some of them as well, because I'm getting closer to C level now. So I need to start thinking about some of those things, just for validation. But anyway, like some of my colleagues have gone through the route of certification. I've gone through the route of just building stuff. Who do you think? And I keep asking them the same question. Who do you think that would get? Because if I bring out 4 products that I've and they are not products that are just in the shelf, like live by global companies. There is no, I don't see any, except if the person is your friend or you have a connect, there is no way. What you have built, hands down, beats anybody, it beats those that just have certificate as stuff. So again, my encouragement is that if you are building a career in tech, no matter what the career is, look for ways that you can build. And even when you ask, for example, when you say you're looking for mentors, I always ask people, if the best way to get mentors in tech is to ask them specific questions. I've seen many people that say, Mr. Shah, I want you to be my mentor. Like, how? Now, okay, just they say I say yes. How do I help you now? But if you come and say, I'm actually trying to build this, I got stuck here, how can you help? That's a better question. I can say, okay, you know what, let's block out 30 minutes on Friday, and I will help you unblock yourself. That sounds more reasonable. And that's how I basically also have gotten view mentors, like, I'm trying to build this and this. I've tried this and this have failed. And then even the mentor is learning from me, because he probably is also trying to solve something. And it's like, oh, this actually failed. I thought it would have worked. And that's how it becomes interested in whatever you're doing. So if you are getting a career, don't just be part of the bandwagon of people who just likes to sound smart. And I used to be like that too before. It's just like be calling all the terms. It's not about terms calling. If you don't make ends meet fast, you will get frustrated. And that's one of the people that you get started and just get frustrated along the way. Start building right away. If it's just a normal, for example, if you're learning web development, if it's just normal CMS or just a landing page, build it. And just have it on as a link to projects. These are the links to projects I've built. And that's how to start. It's as simple as that. And regarding the second question is
the current trends, like how can they be utilized to build something worthwhile?
See, yeah. So, for me, for example, I used to ask people, there are some problems that Nigeria has that are basic problems. I know there's a bandwagon of saying, oh, AI is here. How can I use AI and cybersecurity and blockchain to build? Sometimes we are trying to solve problems that does not even exist. Like, we've not even gotten to that level that we would need. Right now, what we just need is a simple level that connects somebody to connect to point customer B, and start from there. Don't try to go too advanced. Now, if you've built that and you feel like you can layer another service on top using AI, then you go for it. But trying to look for me, it's not about what tech I can use. Like, what problem am I trying to solve? Like I tell so for example, I'm currently, okay, I don't know if I can reveal this, but I'm currently working on an health tech solution. And the guy was like, this idea, this idea. Like, number one, don't go and burn money. You need something to test the market. Let's build a small MVP. And if you're going to build that MVP, I'm telling you, you don't need to code. We'll just use some no code software tools. We'll build a simple payment gateway, a landing page, and see if people would even like this product. Then if people like it, then we can now build the AI that you want on top of it. Instead of me going with, because it's not easy to build AI products. Ordinary cloud services alone will finish all your money. So before you start jumping and say, I want to go and build AI, think well and build something at least, even if it's just a simple, plenty else if statement that you use. At least start from there and see if people are actually interested in it. Then if people are interested in it, you can go and say, okay, let's build a machine learning solution on top of it. Then to go and start as a startup, you're trying to say you want to go and do Google Clouds, Azure. Okay. I don't think you don't go back to the farm. So the idea again is, start with, look at the problem and then start with something small, then build layers upon it using advanced tech. But first start with the basic ones. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. So this question is from the audience. It says, what advice would you give a medical person or someone in the healthcare sector transitioning into tech? The healthcare sector in the country seems to be having a lot of challenge beyond the government's capability to solve. How do you think the use of tech can help the healthcare sector, and how the average person can have good access to quality care? Okay, Mr. Tibo.
So generally speaking, one of the things that a startup or a business is supposed to do is to solve a problem. So if you have experience in the health industry, it also means that you have seen or are seeing many problems in the health industry. So if there are many problems there, right, it means that there are many opportunities. In fact, the more the problems, the more the opportunities. The fact that you are a Nigerian means that you have plenty of opportunities because we have many problems. So just note, whatever industry it is, I'm answering specifically to the person in healthcare. There are problems that you see every day, whether it is the ability to transfer information from one hospital to the other, or if it is something to do with, research for different types of diseases and things like that, or if it's even the ability to get original drugs distributed to people. There are problems across board. So pick a problem, test it out. I love what Sean said about just that ability to build an MVP. MVP stands for minimum viable product. It means that it doesn't, if you want to, so for example, if someone said, I want to raise money. What do you want to raise money for? I want to build an app, or I want to build this, I want to build that. Generally, apps are not cheap. You might end up spending like $100,000, $150,000 on that. However, you could actually have like a no-code version of that to even start. Test if there's even a market for it. You really have to test if there's a market for it. And that's what you need to do. Take an idea, test. If it works, fantastic. Continue to iterate and develop. If it doesn't, learn to pivot. So maybe how you want to bring it to the market is what the problem is. There's still that problem that needs to be solved. So just make sure that you pivot in the right way, that you then understand how the market wants you to do, wants to consume that product. Again, remember, there are many problems out there. So the more problems, the more opportunities for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So we are about.
Sorry, can I add to it?
Okay.
So I see this trend of ed tech professionals reaching out. I've had to talk to a lot of doctors, a lot of pharmacists, and I say they want to transition into tech. And it bothers me a lot because number one, you have a specialized skill that is not easy to get. And I think sometimes they are doing it for the wrong reasons. Like they used to tell us that the medicine was the stuff. Now it's tech, so everybody wants to move to tech. But let me tell you how I would have approached it if I was an health tech professional. Would not be to directly say, I'm going to drop medicine and then go into front end. What I would do is that there's this skill. For example, if I'm an AI guy, I cannot build any solution for health without having someone that has that domain expertise, which is what you have. So if I was an tech professional thinking of transitioning into tech, what I would have done is look at a problem that I might be interested in, that I think tech can really help solve. Now, because I have that domain expertise. So what I would just do is like take an introductory course. So for example, Google has something around AI reproducibility in tech, in health. It's a good course that you can just like take and understand how tech can really impact that. What makes you what that does immediately is to gives you like an edge over all other doctors, because now you understand how tech can play. And then begin to find someone. You don't need to build this stuff yourself. And even if you want to build something yourself, you don't need to go and learn coding. What you only need is to find any of these no-code softwares. And I tell people, if you want to get into tech, especially if you have a specialized skill, don't start by learning the arts. Just look for a way by which you can build a small version of the solution to your problem. And that's all you need. If you can build something, even if it's just to demonstrate or show to funders, you have a huge advantage. So there's this. So a final point I'm trying to make. I don't know if I'm communicating, but I was studying the ecosystem in Nigeria. We have Nigeria, for some reason, this is why I still believe that Nigerian tech ecosystem is still not serious yet, because for some reason fintech has the highest funding. Like every funding, almost all the funding goes to fintech for some reason. But you see areas like health tech, ed tech doesn't get as much attention, at least not yet. But what I now realized when I studied the ecosystem, there's a report that this guy's released, is that when it comes to health tech, in Lagos you have almost all the fintechs, but when it comes to health tech, I found out that the health tech was spread across regions. And what that basically means is that we have more health techs outside of Lagos, in terms of health tech, outside of Lagos than we have in Lagos. So which means that there is actually very low barrier to entry in that area. And people actually are making progress in health outside of Lagos, which is very difficult almost for any startup right now. So it means that there's actually a big opportunity for people, for doctors, to start using their domain expertise to actually try and tackle that problem. But nobody's doing it. And I'm like, your goal should not be like, try to transition into tech. It's try and leverage tech to actually solve that. Because health right now is under massive pressure. And it's something that you could easily do. Just get an introductory level, take an introductory level course. IBM offers one, Google offers one. Take one, just understand how tech plays. And then find someone that can assist you to build, or use a no-code tool to try and build something.
All right.
I would have approached that.
Thank you very much. That was very detailed. So we are rounding up, and this is the last question I want to ask. As we round up, I believe we've all heard very well. And that question would be this. I want either Pisam or Coach Wale, but in just 1 minute. So now this is it. What are some of the strategies for staying innovative and competitive in the rapidly evolving tech industry?
Okay, so I think that question ties to the one that Sharon just asked, and I'll just tie together what I was about to say. So, first I want you to understand is that the first thing you have to have is the mental framework. Your mind has to think. We're not saying that you have to be a technical person. That's why it goes beyond tech. It's every industry. So, and every industry now needs innovation, needs to be revolutionized. So how do you think about it? This is how we should think. I'm going to use that as an example. Whatever we are doing now, ask yourself, how can we make it more faster, cheaper, more convenient, or more transparent? If you can use that question to answer any industry you are in now, you will find innovation. Now, in doing this, tech helps you do these 4 things. Now, there are expertise that is needed that you don't need to have. You don't need to code, you don't need to, but you need to have that helicopter view, that broad mindset to identify those solutions. Then, why we say tech experience, that if you take a tech course, you are, at least you are aware, you are conversant with the technicalities there. But if you apply these 4 questions to any industry, you will disrupt, you have an idea. So let's say, example, healthcare now, like you said, someone that said, I'm a professional, you're a doctor now, because you're in that industry, you are aware of all the problems. Let me give you a typical example. I don't normally go to hospital, but about sometime last year, I had to go to the hospital to see. When I got in there, so I needed to register to buy to get a card. That was Lantoro. When I got and I look at their record where the file was, the guy that is sitting there, I pitied him that this guy will wake up in the morning and tell his wife and children that he's going to work. He's actually not going to work. He's going to sit with dirty looking, old, terrible, stinking files. Inside one small room, one cubicle. You could see that there are a lot of rats in that place because you could see files like this, that have been eaten up and all of that. And I had to ask him that, sir, I can't see space again because I saw files from 1992. I'm like, where will you add the new files? Apparently, they have no plan. What they'll do is they will remove a shelf, put it on the floor. So as you have the shelf, you have files on the floor. It's literally swimming in file. Everywhere it's on file. Very ugly, stinking files. Now, and I asked myself, is there no way to digitize? Because I told him that I've been here before about 10 years ago. So I wanted to look for my file, but 10 years, buy another file. But if I had to punish him, I would say, what that they said. If I were telling him to look for it, that would have been so hard. It was like, so I had to buy another card. And I asked myself that, is there no way to digitize these records? So if I was just by being there, not being a player there, already I began to think, is there a way we can digitize patient record? And you'll be shocked that that alone. So it means that can we have a central server? If I go to a new hospital, they can trace my record. Everybody uploads. Maybe it's a live, whatever. The same way, if you travel to America, your Instagram is your Instagram. Depending on like you last in Nigeria, it's something you still see. Why? Because the central server. So data alone, data storage of, or maybe digitizing every patient's record is a massive whatever. So that is an opportunity. So I don't need to be a medical person. By going there, I saw it. That next time when I come, can I be a domain where I just say, my name is Samson Degam, they put it there, it brings out all my records, I can transfer whatever. If I can create a platform for hospitals, I can onboard them and all of that. You can see a solution already. You don't need to be a medical person. But to do that, I might need someone that knows cloud computing, somebody that knows this. So it's the way your mind works. Let me give you an example. People that I still feel guilty for, people that are into fashion that I was saying the other time. So I can say, how can we do this, for example, now? So is there a way for me, if I want to sew now, I need to look for a traditional way is I'll look for a tailor. It comes to measure me, right? It measures me. You now be asking me style. I don't care about style. Please leave me alone. I don't know styles. But can there be a website where maybe you as a fashion designer tell me to design, maybe something that can ask me questions, that has an idea of my size, and I see design, I just pick one, ask me, do you want to add anything to it? I can change the color change, color whatever, like you do on Canva. And when I say submit, at their back end, they can tell me the price range, process it and say, this will cost you between 75,000 and 100,000. And I say, proceed. And 1 week time, I say, we're ready in 1 week. 1 week time, they've taken my address, my home address is my doorstep. I did not leave my house. Can you see that? Do you know that is scalable? I have one of my proteges here in church. There was a day was in my house, and he was on a call for about 1.5 hours. What was he doing? It was somebody wants to sew clothes in the UK for the husband. So the wife, so told the wife, oh yeah, a measure, right? Oh yeah, a measure. So he was practically teaching her to take. I had to ask him, are you training her how to sew? He said, no, it's the other that wants to sew. So we had to turn the woman to. They spent almost 40 minutes. No, belt, the man was practically. I was seeing the video call. That now made my mind. Can there be a platform where this guy can come? I'm sure every human being has a standard size. How do you buy ready to wear off the shelf? When I went to buy this chair, I didn't have to start testing it. I bought it at a shop that is a designer. So they just look at my size. Is that you are medium, you are this, you are this, you are this. If it does not fit you, else slim fit you, more problem. So can there be standard sizes already? I go to that website, I plug in maybe you ask me a question about my body size, whatever. I pick color, I see the existing designs. Either it is Senegal, whatever, I pick, I choose my color preference, whatever, I submit it, it tells me to be ready in 2 weeks. If it's international delivery, through FedEx, you pay extra cost. That makes that business, so I can be in Abeokuta as a fashion designer, and people are sewing because Nigerians in diaspora want to sew. So I can have global demand without leaving my room in Abeokuta. Can you see what we're talking about? That is tech. I've made it more easy, more convenient, more whatever. I did not have to leave. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I don't have to sew it. I'll get tailors, train tailors. My job is to work with my developer to build it. We get orders, but we give it to the tailors, get people that supervise the tailors and all of those things. That's what we are talking about. So we are saying that, how do you make it scalable? Let me say this. If you are in Abeokuta and all your demand, all the money you will make is tied to people in Abeokuta, you are going to be poor. I'm giving you a fact. You are going to be poor. You have to find a way to tap into an economy that is not in Abeokuta without you living in Abeokuta. That's the only way. I'm giving you a secret. There are people in Abeokuta, the people that are living well, that you see the car they drive. Because if you're in Abeokuta, I can tell you the kind of car you will drive in 2 years. I can tell you. It's Camry, Pencil Light, or no disrespect. I can tell you the 3 cars you will drive for the next 5 years. But if you want to drive a better, if you see anybody driving a great car that is beyond the scope of Abeokuta, go and check them, and they are here. Now, if you don't know about Mr. Debo, Mr. Debo came to Abeokuta, he relocated. He's in Abeokuta. Me too. I will start a tech school. Hear what he says. All his clients, most of them are not in Nigeria. He just came back from travel. He just used this way. Abeokuta is peace of mind for him. Just put his head. Peace of mind. His money is not from here. He's not chasing one person in Kuto. Hey, so balance me. So you cannot be chasing people in Kuto and think you have the same kind of money. It's no matter your anointing, forget it. You are romancing poverty. So how do I develop something that makes you know what I'm saying? Leapfrog challenge of territory and geography. Am I speaking to you?
Yes, sir.
That is, I have people that are in my own industry that earn, in this Abeokuta, I have people that earn, I'm into real estate, I have people I train, my team. Some people earn 1.5 million a month in Abeokuta. Because what I do, 99.9% of my audience are not Abeokuta. My people that buy from that, we don't make noise. You can't say, someone say, you didn't do billboard. You only do billboard for church. Church is because people here, spirits cannot come from Lagos to come and do here. It's for people here. But my business, there's no billboard anywhere. And yes, we make a lot of, because our target are people, Abeokuta people in diaspora. They don't have the bargaining power to buy. Not you. I'm not looking for you. You cannot buy. It's as simple as that. Because imagine. So that is how you have to start thinking. Am I speaking? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Laundry service, for example. I have the problem of taking my laundry, driving my car. Some people are busy, they don't want to do it. Can there be a laundry service that has a website or whatever that they come and pick up from me? They ask me, I want to know how much I will pay. Can you ask me what's the color of the shirt? How many shirts? Look, give me the kg and say, this is the amount you will come and pick it up. When it is done, there's a notification, your clothes are ready. I paid you through Paystar Gateway. And I sit in my room. The only people that have used that technology, that have thought about that in Abeokuta, is food businesses. They are the only ones thinking that way. So, for example, I can sit in my room and I want to give it to Diamond Dumpling. They've done a fantastic job online. I have to talk about it. Diamond Dumpling, one day I went to buy food. What is their special fried rice? It was night. It was like 8:30 p.m. I just felt like eating, I said I was pregnant, special fried rice. And I went online. I loved their website. It was detailed. They asked me for my order. They told me when to be ready. Everything online. Even their drinks, vodka, I didn't buy vodka, but they told me there was vodka. There was this, there was that. Everything. I've been there physically. So I was thinking that they will remove in their drink selection, because their drink so much. I thought that they will not be able to they captured everything. And they told me my order processing time. Then very simple. There's already a chat box, WhatsApp. The girl told me, and we chatted, and everything was ready, perfect. I didn't leave my house. There's delivery. I said, this is beautiful. Can you be tired? But you are thinking of open shop with Pasheke, food restaurant. I'm looking for money. Can we think, well, that is what we're. So when I'm talking, I'm not trying to abuse anybody. There is nothing you are doing that you cannot use tech to scale up. Do you understand? So it's about scalability. How many people can buy into it? So don't forget this first thing. How can I make it cheaper? Cheaper, faster, more convenient, and more transparent. Somebody mentioned budget. Who mentioned budget in the Mr. Shio mentioned budget. What did budget do? Budget does make budgeting process more transparent. Simple. Before now, you and I don't know. We had the budget 2.2 trillion. We don't know the breakdown. What are the line items? Budget with data ability. Pick the publicly available information that you and I have. Just use graphics to break it down. That is all they do today. They are funded by massive all over the world by making budgetary budget, the country's budget more transparent. That's all. So tell me, is that rocket science to do? The guy does not have to be in anywhere. He can be in Abeokuta. He's earning from all over the world. Do you know what I'm saying? So all this one that God will go and look for skill that will make you bypass in everything you are doing, even printing, school. For example, let me give you the final example. So you can know is what we have done. So you think as an entrepreneur trying to use tech. Let me get an example. One time, before EdTech became something big, I called from my in Abeokuta. I said, okay, what can we do? If I want to go to school, if I'm a new person this time, I just came to town and I have a child. I don't know the schools in Abeokuta. How do I know the school to go to? The only way you pick a school is by asking your people in your church. Unfortunately, the person in your church will give you a school that is according to their own pocket. See, my own school, my child is in Saboni. Oh, fine, school here, Dagon. Saboni, oh, Dagon. Kilo, Dano, Sabo. But that is what he can afford. And I said, okay, I don't want Sabo school. And I don't know any school. When I'm new, can there be a website where I can go, look at, check by Abeokuta North, Abeokuta South, see all the schools under Abeokuta South? Can I do a school fees comparison like GG? Can I put a school fees range? It sorts by school fees. Can I do a school comparison? It tells me the number of their classes, shows me pictures of the classes, tells me their curriculum, shows me their environment, and compares for the similar 4 schools that have similar, and compares. And with that website already, with that analytics, I can streamline my choice to 2 or 3. So I don't start driving around Abeokuta aimlessly like a nomadic man, full and yes man. I just know that these 2 schools, Bloomseed and Lyceum, and I drive down there because through my app, I've streamlined my choices for daycare, for secondary, for primary. Is that not a solution? If I do it in Abeokuta and it works, can't I escape without living here? Can't I do it in Lagos? Can't I do it in Kaduna? In Ghana? That's what investors want to hear, that your solution is scalable. Not that it's only Abeokuta people that can use it. Scalability. What have I done? I've made school choice process just more transparent. I can tell each school, do a video, an introductory video, introduce your school, which will be that platform. Well done, welcome. So maybe the way you talk, you can one bush teacher there, and it's English, you see, our school is the best one. So I tell the school, now by doing that, I can tell the school, I'll be the one to shoot your video. A very good, no school in America has a solid drone video that sells the school. I put it there. I can help them with their website. I've opened up a cacophony of skills, of businesses. Schools will pay you because they're looking to be more competitive. Is that okay? Or I tell them that any parent that register for my platform, like Hotels NG, I have a cut on your school fees. If I give you students through that my platform, because eventually, if somebody goes through our platform to compare, we now say, okay, do you want to get this school? Call us now. It's our number that will be there, not the school's number. So when they call us, we give them the information. We say, when you get there, tell them this code. For everybody that brings that code, I get 5% of your school fees. Won't you do it? And I guarantee you that in a year, because I'll be doing digital ads on YouTube, on WhatsApp, on everything, I guarantee you that I will increase your enrollment by 50%. Won't you be coming to sit in my house?
Pista has given us bastard project.
Unfortunately, this pastor thing has not allowed me to do many things. There are many things I can do. I can sell you people online now. You know what I'm saying? So when we are talking, we're not just here because we feel like talking. I feel like I can just borrow you my brain, as in just speak into it. You have time. All what I've said, you can build it in 6 months. There are guys that will help you build it. They will build it. You work together to be ready in 6 months. And you do. There's a lot of them I have in my idea book. But it's about that thinking. I don't need to be in school, but let me think about those things. Cheaper, faster, more convenient, more transparent. With that, you're wonderful.
Thank you very much. And to that,
sorry, just on top of what P. Sam said, please remember something. The largest taxi service, let me call it that, in the world does not have any taxi, Uber. The largest accommodation provider in the world does not have one room that it owns, Airbnb. The largest media company in the world does not create one content, Facebook. So whatever it is that you're thinking, be thinking like an aggregator.
Wonderful. And to that brings us to the head of the panel.
Please don't say that these things are idealistic. I'm thinking like, I think like you. Don't think they are idealistic. While you have your ad business, make it a project you are building by the side. I tell people, in a business, you must have what you are making money from now and what you are working on that will give you money in 6 months. It's not really what you are doing. You are making money now, but you are working on something else because you need to keep opening up stuff. So if, for example, you are whatever I said now, don't leave what you are doing, but start as a pet project. If it's 10% of your income, you are using to build that thing. Be building. When it is ready, while you are building it, you enter a conversation. Someone will say, we need this platform. I can show you. I've been building it. If I show you things I've built halfway. So don't say it's easy to talk. It's easy to talk. You have the time. While you are doing your normal stuff, start building it. Talk to people here. Talk to tech zone people. There's an ecosystem of people that can help you, and they'll be cheap, and they'll help you out with it. You know what I'm saying? So just don't let anything make you say that it's a lie. That's the problem with knowledge. Say it's easy to do. You can do this thing. I've done it before, and I know what I'm saying. And nobody's on you. Are under pressure. If it takes you 6 months to get it ready, if it takes 9 months, nobody give you the project. It means you that gave yourself the project. But when it is ready, you'll be shocked how you would have. In fact, you know what happened? Before it is ready, you just hear that somebody has launched it in Lagos. My idea. That's how it happens. You're not the only one thinking. God will also give other people, in case so that to make insurance policy for your own laziness, so that that thing can go. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's give our speakers a round of applause. Sorry, we can't take questions again. Time has gone. We enjoyed. Thank you very much, Sash. And I'll be directing this question to the Tech Zone team. How do we get into Tech Zone Academy? And please come and talk to us about it. Then we can go. You are free to go. It was a wonderful session. One round of applause for him once again.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, once again. Love it. All right, quick one. My assignment is very fast here, and it's just for me to tell you how to be a part of Tech Zone Academy. Right? You've heard everything from since 12:30
Sorry
p.m.
to cut you. So he doesn't like to blow his trumpet. I'm here to help him blow it. So Dolakwa is our co-founder, and yes, and he's in charge of most of the things that you see online. So Dolakwa here is a very brainy person, and if I say he's smart and intelligent, I like to just give him his flowers today because he deserves it, and he works day and night tirelessly just for us to bring all of this together. So, come here, Joe. So I just want to say that on behalf of the entire team of Tech Zone Academy, thank you, Dolakwa. So, continue.
Okay, all right.
Don't cry, don't cry. You can do it. You just do it. Don't cry.
All right, thank you, everyone. So, quick to my assignment. All right. So, if you want to be a part of Tech Zone, we've made it very easy for you, right? If you check the pamphlet in your ends, the 100% of what you're supposed to pay is not what you're going to pay right now, right? We've slashed it like 50% straight off. So instead of you paying 500,000 naira for any course, you're paying 250,000 naira. For a course that is 400,000 naira, you can now pay 200,000 naira. So I want us all to like the back part of the pamphlet, please. Now you can scan the barcode. I don't know if you can get the barcode on the screen. Okay. You can scan the barcode, and all I need you to do is register. All right, all I need you to do is scan the barcode, and it's going to redirect you to our website where it has all the courses, where you can register for a course, and take advantage of this 50% slash on each of the courses we have today, right? And this is why we are doing this for you today. You've heard all of the stories. Mr. Ashim shared the story how he had to take it up upon himself to like push himself to do this, right? And it's where he is today, and he's still moving forward. Pisam has spoken to us a lot about how you can reinvent yourself, Mr. Omololu, Coach Wale. Now, it is left for you to take action. So what are you supposed to do? Scan this barcode. It will redirect you to the website. Register for a course today, and we'll take it up from there. Let me hand over to Esther.
So in addition to what my boss has said, my dear boss, so while they were having the panel session, one of our speakers, our panelists, has offered to pay 3% off the already discounted price for students who make payments between now and next week, Friday. Yeah. So instead of you to pay $250, 3% discount has been deducted off that. So the next thing that we're doing here today is, I said that there's going to be a scholarship for someone who does the whole social media thing and all of that. See, if I was not working with TechZone, I would have won it. It's in my lineage. If it's to do collaboration on social media, I will do it. I would have won it. And I'm happy that the winner is here today. And I'm actually doing it to show off so that you people will not say it's audio. Because we said bring out your phone, make video, create content, post it on social media and just tag us. But you didn't do it. Now, person that do it is going to collect it. So Dolapo, please help me check the social media. And because we are very kind, we have only 3 people that participated. So the other 2 are going to be getting free merchandise. I think you would clap for them. Clap for winners. Clap for them, yeah. So we are going to be calling their handles. I don't think they even know that we are going to be recognizing them. So I don't know if they are still around or not, but they are going to get it. So while you are at it, while Dolapo is trying to bring their names out, kindly make your registrations now because it is free. Registration is free, but learning you will have to pay. Okay? Sir? Sir? Me, sir? Sir?
I'm just thinking. So, do they have to pay the 250,000 at once? Is there an instrumental pay or something? Can you imagine that? Is there a way you're doing that?
Okay, I'm so sorry I didn't mention. So we have payment plans. You can either pay your outright payment. You can make your outright payment of whatever it is that your cost that you decide to do charges you. You can decide to pay in full or in installments. So if you are paying on installments, is that you spread your payments by 60, 20, 20. So you make initial deposit of 60% of whatever it is that your cost, your choice of cost is charging you DBI. There's no interest. We are very kind. So you can, but it's just for us to like make the payments flexible. But the sweet one that we're doing today now is that because our sponsor is a big sponsor, if you make an initial deposit of 50,000 naira between now and Friday, you get 3% off whatever it is that you are charged. Yes. So if I were you, I would register right now with at least 50,000 naira. And that does not mean if you have more than 50,000 naira, you cannot register still. Yes. Sir, have I answered? Thank you, sir. Okay, so do you have the winners for the DC? All right, so if you know that you were one of the winners for the games that we played here, Doyi and the other guys, Femi winner, I remember your name. So please come on stage. Doyi, please come. And I can't remember who the third person is. Okay, okay, so Mr. Debo, I'd like you to please stand up and just pick a person randomly to get it. Yes. Many, many, money more. I just, oh. Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Please come. Okay, so we still have our referral bonus also going on, 3%. So how does that work? You tell somebody about TechZone Academy, and once they register to join us and make payment, you get 3% off whatever it is that they are charged. So imagine that you need a side hustle and you decide to be our ambassador. Just tell people to register with us, join our academy, tell 10 people to join us, and you get 30% off those 10 people. Clap for us now. Yes. So we just want to say that, please, just as you have come to listen to all these things, and I would like to also add that, how many of you had so many things to learn from our speakers? Thank you. So these are one of the things that you get as a student exclusively. We get to bring speakers in, not quarterly, not anythingly. Anytime we feel like we have access to these people and we do not take it for granted. We have people that would come and take you on soft skill training, prepare you for job, prepare you to for everything that you need to position yourself for jobs. Yes. So don't open it. Close it now. It's doing that. You will ask. It's surprise. So I need 3 people to register, and we'll dash them this right now. Register now. Register to join TechZone Academy. You are already our students. Have you paid? Oh, please pay now. You will get it, sir, right now. PSAM is already registering. Register now and get a free package. Mind you, this is not even our onboarding package. Gift choke. Say it choke. Say it. Louder. Yeah. So, and if you have a question of what do I need to join TechZone Academy, all you need is your brain and your laptop and your commitments. But if you decide to be unserious, you have gotten your money. But I'd advise that you are serious. This is on a lighter note anyways. But everything and anything, we hold your hand and teach you all the things that you need to know in whatever skill that you have decided to learn, right? So, vote of thanks, right?
All right, you have a question? I have to take permission from our speakers. We have a question for TechZone. Please come on.
I just want to ask when the class is starting.
All right, so classes are starting very soon in April. I mean, not this week, because I know this coming week is the new week in April, but not this week, but as soon as possible. You get emails. As long as you've registered with us already, you get emails as when the classes will start. And yeah, I think that's it. So, another question?
Yeah. It's not on the website. All right, I'll see to that. All right. Yes, hybrid. We have options of physical and virtual. Our office. Weekdays, please. So that's why you have options of online. Back to our location. Our office is at Ibarra Housing Estate. It's just almost directly opposite OK Center. Yes. You said what? Yes. But that's going to still be between you and your facilitator. Yes. Do we have any more questions?
Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone. This is I think I would like to invite John,
Oyi.
John and Oyi upstage, so we just take a bow. But before then, I want to thank everyone, our speakers, Mr. Omololu, Coach Wale, Mr. Sheon, Pisam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think Mr. Omololu just got into Abeokuta this afternoon, right? And all the way he came straight here directly. Mr. Sheon has really been busy working on the project. Coach Wale was supposed to travel today, but he cancelled primarily because of us. Thank you so much, Coach Wale. And Pisam is supposed to be somewhere else right now in another meeting, but he's there. Thank you so much.
Thank you
We're
very
grateful.
much, sir.
Thank you, Pisam. Thank you, Mr. Sheon. Thank you, Mr. Omololu. Thank you, Coach Wale. And to everyone that is present here who stayed with us till like this time, I want to say thank you so much. I would like to recognize few brands that really worked with us to achieve all of this. Swift says Brady, their CEO is here. Profem, Mr. Femi, please say hello. Thank you so much. All these beautiful merchandise you see here, it's done by Swift Sense Branding. So if you want to get his contacts, please, you can see him just to get his contacts. All right. For everyone that traveled far, and I have somebody that traveled all the way from Switzerland to Nigeria primarily because of this conference. Yeah. She just stepped out. She just stepped out now. She traveled all the way from Switzerland just because of this conference. Yeah. So this is me saying thank you to everybody. Thank you. John, please come up. Where's Oyi?
And the volunteers, please, would like each and every one of you to join us on stage.
Oyi,
Volunteers, Sharp, Majid, Wab, Joy, Alex, media guys, Abigail, Doyin, Tunde, Israel. Everybody, please come here. Come on stage here.
And please, we'd like to take a picture with the speakers because I know when you get outside, everybody will want to take a picture with you. So I think we should just do that here.
Yes, we do. We'll give them on their way. We'll give them on their way. Majid, Alex, and Derek Mo. Don't be shy, come up.
Okay, you can start. Sharp. Okay. Tokwe, please come forward. All right, sorry, before our speakers go, we want to give you your gifts here before you leave, before you step down, please. Please make it snappy. Yes. I think you should do that. I'll give it here.
Okay. So on behalf of Tech Zone Academy, we want to take a picture with them. Zazie. All right, thank you so much for honoring our call and our invites. We are deeply grateful, and we hope that by next time when we invite you, we also honor. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate. All right. So, wrapping up this, as we said, this is Tech Zone, and this is Abeokuta Tech Fest. So this is just a solo event where we just try to kickstart something. So we'll be in full ground by Q4 of the year, where we'll have our major events about Abeokuta Tech Fest, because there is much to do in the ecosystem. So by Q4, there'll be a mega festival, a tech festival in Ogun State, something you never heard of, something you never seen before. So please plan, prepare, and see you in class. Thank you.
Wait. Our winners, our online winners. We will not forget you people. So, first of all, I have Christiana, Media Warrior. He reached to be Media Warrior. Please, if you are still around, please come up stage. And we also have Adegbola Kayode. And the major winner for today's scholarship, social media scholarship, is Mavi _Mavi. All right, please come up stage. Yes. All right. Thank you, everyone. So please reach out to us on Instagram. Reach out to us on Instagram. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for coming. Yes. And she said, wow.